Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, there is no message from His Excellency the President, and I have no formal communication today. And so we'll move on to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 29th November 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 21st sitting held on Tuesday, 29th November 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Friday, 4th November 2022. Any corrections? Yes, the Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, I have some few identified corrections to be made in this report on columns 8, 21, and 24. On column 8, C, the last but two lines, organization of the 13th African Games to be held in Accra in 2023 by Consa Limited. It should be 13th, not 13. The same is found on D, last but two lines, 13th. The if should be added. Then on column 21, number 1528, the last word, constituency, the T was omitted, CONSTITUGNCY. Then 24, under Mr. Kofi Idi Adams, the last but one line, if I may read, 945 and 946, but the he, I think it should be then, or we delete the D, because it doesn't make, it doesn't sound right if we keep the he. So it should be 945 and 946, but then he was not able to read the answers. Thank you.
Honorable member, we are grateful for the corrections. Table office kindly take note. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Friday, 4th November 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
The Speaker, with respect, if you will be pleased, I have an application to make, which application I've already discussed with my colleagues on the other side. Suffice to state that we forgot to engage you on it. So we apologize on that miscommunication. The application is simply to grant leave for the Agric Minister to make a statement in respect of the Farmers' Day, which is to be held Friday, and then 2nd of December. And tomorrow, because of the preparations, he informs us that he will be there at Koforidua. So, Mr. Speaker, we've agreed that with your leave, he may proceed to make that short statement to commemorate the event. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Well, Speaker, there should be no problem once that finds favor with you. But next time around, the Deputy Leader must be fully in charge. You ought to have apprised Mr. Speaker about the fact that a Minister of State, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, affectionately referred to as a presence friend, that he will be coming before the August House, Mr. Speaker, to make a statement to salute our farmers and fisher folk. So, Mr. Speaker, once it finds favor with you, we can hear him. But, Mr. Speaker, because it was not discussed at conclave, we probably will say that after his statement, you allow 2 or 3 comments, then the leadership, two, including leadership 3, so that we can focus on the debate on the budget. Okay, so 2, 1 plus leadership on his statement, then, Mr. Speaker, that's a further application to you. If we hear him, we allow for a member from either side, then the leaders to comment on his statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I should not have a problem in granting permission to the Minister for Food and Agriculture to make a statement to celebrate our hard-working farmers and to observe the 38th edition of the National Farmers' Day. But the minister should be informed that he cannot always come and sneak in to do these things without discussing with those in charge of the House. Even though it's the House of the people, some people are in possession of it. And the minister must give due respect to those people. It's clear, direct information. And the minister understands that. And so I will grant him permission to make the statement and allow 2 members from each side, inclusive of leadership, to make comments. Definitely, we have to annually be celebrating our hard-working farmers for sustaining our lives from birth to death. And so, Minister, you have my permission to make the statement.
Mr. Speaker, I am very grateful for allowing me to make this statement. The majority leader has been, in fact, even this morning, I spoke to him about it. Unfortunately, he's not here. And maybe that's why it escaped your notice before coming. Mr. Speaker, thank you for admitting me to this august house for the sole purpose of inviting your good self and the honorable members of Parliament to this year's National Farmers' Day celebration. Pursuant to Public Holidays Act 2001, Act 601, this year's National Farmers' Day, 38th edition, falls on Friday, the 2nd of December, 2022. As I speak, preparations are feverishly underway to ensure a memorable and successful occasion following the official launch of the celebration on Friday, the 16th of September, 2022. On the advice of the National Planning Committee, the launch was organized virtually with the participation of our sponsors, development partners, representatives of farmers, the private sector, amongst others. The high point of the occasion was the official announcement and symbolic handover to the Eastern region as the host of this year's National Farmers' Day celebrations. The choice of the Eastern region was based on a long-standing rotational principle for determining the venue of National Farmers' Day celebrations in this country. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the tradition, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will lead the celebrations at the Grand Durbar and Award Ceremony to be held at Koforidua Jubilee Park on Friday, the 2nd of December. He will be supported by Ministers of State, the development partners, sponsors, and other dignitaries. Similar events will be held at the regional and district levels throughout the country to give the occasion the deserved national character. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's National Farmers' Day celebration is, and I quote, "Accelerating agricultural development through value addition," unquote. The theme aligns with the government's vision of modernizing and transforming agriculture, relevant objectives of the President's coordinated program of socio-economic development policies, and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goals number 1 and 2, which advocate the eradication of extreme poverty in all forms and zero hunger, respectively. The theme also highlights government's recognition and commitment to the sustainable development and transformation of Ghana's agriculture, as well as signify government's appreciation of the need to fully harness the potential of our agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the strategic intervention and the success of the Planting for Food and Jobs campaign speaks clearly to the government's relentless efforts to systematically addressing the long-standing problems of Ghana's agriculture. Since 2017, investments have been made by the government in the various subsectors of agriculture, resulting in significant achievements. Notable impacts are visible in the food crop subsector, where farmers continue to benefit from subsidized input programs and millions of seedlings of 6 selected tree crops distributed free of charge to farmers throughout the country as part of the diversification agenda of this government. The horticultural subsector now has 3 new greenhouse centers located at Dawinya in Greater Accra, Bodjase in the central region, Akumadan in the Greater Accra. Others include the construction and rehabilitation of major irrigation scheme, feeder roads, and 80 1,000 metric ton capacity warehouses constructed throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, the positive outcomes of these activities are reflected in the macroeconomic statistics. In 2019, the agriculture sector grew by 4.7%, followed by 7.4% in 2020, and a record 8.4% in 2021. With the excellent rains this year, we expect the substantial growth performance of recent years to be repeated in 2022. The strong growth in recent years have increased the share of agricultural sector in Ghana's GDP from 18% in 2016 to 22% by 2021. These impressive results were posted by the sector against all odds when multiple external shocks and unfavorable external global conditions had impacted virtually every economy, including Ghana. Supply chains have been badly disrupted, resulting in acute shortage in critical inputs like fertilizers. The animal sector, which has been badly hit by diseases such as swine flu and the highly pathogenic avian influenza, while farmlands were also being destroyed by galamsey activities. Mr. Speaker, we in government recognize that the impressive performance of the agricultural sector is largely due to sacrifices and the tireless efforts of our heroic farmers. As a people, the least we can do, therefore, is to continue to celebrate and reward our farmers with rising farm productivity and incomes. The expectation of many, Mr. Speaker, is that honorable members of Parliament will be visible and prominent in the celebration through their active support and appreciation of our farmers. This is essential, given our shared and collective responsibility to develop our country with agriculture as the main driving force. I have no doubt that I can count on your full participation at this 38th National Farmers' Day celebration to ensure a befitting honor of our farmers. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for the privilege granted to me to convey my personal invitation and that of the government of Ghana to you and all honorable members of Tukufurudua on Friday, the 2nd December, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we will now listen to comments from the House. And I don't have the list of names here, but I would prefer members from the committee, Food and Agric, or those who think they are better endowed in the subject area to make the comments. So ranking member, or you are deferring to your deputy ranking? Yes. Is that the honorable member for Nalerugu Gambaga constituency?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are you a farmer?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a farmer's son.
So you inherited your
I'm yet to
father's
start
profession.
farming myself.
Did you inherit the profession?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable.
I said, did you inherit your father's profession?
I didn't inherit, but I think that I will be able to find land somewhere to do the farming.
Yes, you may go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very important statement made by the Minister. Mr. Speaker, what is even more important of this statement has to do with the theme for the Farmers' Day. And the theme is accelerating agricultural development through value additions. Now, Mr. Speaker, for years now, we have been talking about how to add value to our agricultural products. And that is very serious. My only challenge has to do with the policies and the programs and the plans that the ministry and the government is putting in place to be able to achieve this. We can only grow as a nation if we add value to what we produce. And that is why I say that this statement is very important. Except that running through the programs of the ministry, you don't see that happening. The flagship project that the ministry has to do with planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, this year, we have not recorded any significant yield. If you go to the farm, go to the ground, and I'm sure that is why the minister had to find a way to bring food from the hinterlands to Accra. But the issue is that we have poor yield, and the poor yield is a manifestation of the input that we give out. Now, fertilizer was an issue for us in this farming period. Mr. Speaker, you realize that even money to pay these fertilizer suppliers was a challenge, and I guess we are still even owing them. So I will say that we can only celebrate good yield. We can only celebrate availability of fertilizer. We can only celebrate good roads. We can only celebrate storage facilities to be able to take care of the lean season and the rising prices that we are likely to experience this year. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the ministry to look more serious in addressing this challenge of value additions. Until we begin to add value to our raw materials, we will continue to struggle with our forex. And I'm sure that is the foundation that we have today, that we have this forex volatility. Everything that we do is imported. Until we get to the basics and make sure that we mean what we say, we do what we mean, we do practical things that will address the challenges of the farmer, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to wallow in shambles. On this note, I commend the minister for coming out with this team, especially on this very, very important day. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To contribute to this very all-important statement, which is announcing to us the Farmers' Day. Honorable Speaker, I am also of the humble view that the theme should translate into reality, accelerating agricultural development through value addition. Honorable Speaker, if we continue in that kind of agriculture, which is so anachronistic and ancient, we will not have the benefit of agriculture. I believe that the pillar and prop of our economy can be agriculture. There's no dispute about it at all. We should move from the kind of agriculture policies and undertakings which are stomach directed, that we want to feed our people. I think that is too basic for our forward movement. We should direct our efforts that agriculture should supply in substantial terms the raw material for industry. And that is when we begin to enhance the benefits of agriculture. Honorable Speaker, let me take the all-important commodity called cocoa. We pride ourselves that Ghana is one of the leading exporters of raw cocoa beans. Honorable Speaker, until we come to the point where what we get from cocoa, which is chocolate, which has become one of the serious appetites for the men of white color pigmentation. I mean, the Americans and the Europeans, and the appetite for chocolate. And say that we have sufficient factories in Ghana, that we are not going to export most of our cocoa beans to European countries and produce chocolate for purposes of getting Switzerland to import the finished product chocolate. And then you receive serious foreign exchange to help in balancing our accounts here. We have not started having the benefits of agriculture at all. And therefore, it's imperative that we should be able to produce the cocoa beans here, and then for value addition purposes, proceed to have good factories. Now, we should be able to produce chocolate of better quality than what Switzerland is producing. I think that will be the game changer. Honorable Speaker, one of the things which is also a worrying factor is that our agriculture is the rain-fed type. Now, our food supplies and outputs go down depending on the vagaries of the weather. Whilst you have some countries who do not have the kind of weather that we have, but technology-driven agriculture, in which irrigation systems are working, will go a long way to enhance our agricultural production. Whether there is good rainfall patterns or not, arrangements have been put in place that we can have all year, harvest of tomatoes or cashew or any other crop, because we are not going to say that we didn't have good weather and therefore we couldn't produce agriculture. I found it a bit worrying that there was a whole shortage of wheat supply because of the Russia-Ukrainian war. Now beginning to see that can we produce wheat at all? We, as a tropical nation, I don't know, Minister of Agriculture, I'll have a private conversation on this matter. Because I'm educated that 1/3 of the wheat supply of the entire world is from Ukraine. How good and pleasant it will be that we also direct our attention to say that we also try and move from the known and the traditional levels of agriculture and go into wheat production so that we'll be able to meet the needs of the world. Right now, Speaker, I think it is very important to congratulate our farmers who for a long time have been helping in our food production and the rest of it. but how good and pleasant it will be that one day agriculture will have such value addition that Ghana will be a net exporter of finished products. And also, we could also be a net exporter of food itself. This is where we should go. And I thank the maker of this statement, the able Minister for Agric, for all that is done so far. It will continue to do. Sorry? Well, in fact, the incoming president, who, if he has the opportunity to control the budget, will address agricultural issues. Yes, because I think the NDC is wishing well that when you control the budget, remember agriculture. I thank you for this statement.
Yes, we now go to leadership. Well, yes, ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister for Agriculture. First and foremost, I also want to add my voice to what has been said earlier in congratulating the farmers of our country who, in spite of the numerous challenges, succeeded in producing food to keep everybody in this country going. Mr. Speaker, our farmers deserve to be congratulated. We salute them for their hard work and for the spirit to ensure that regardless of the challenges, every person in our country is fed. But Mr. Speaker, this special day was set aside somewhere in the early 80s for two important things. One, to commend our responsible farmers for their distinguished performance in the agricultural sector. And two, to discuss ways of improving agricultural productivity and production in our country. Mr. Speaker, before 1984, the outbreak of fire consumed our farms. Ghana ran out of food, and there was the urgent need for us to ensure that we increase food production to fight against hunger. Mr. Speaker, it was against this background that the PNDC government at the time rolled out a lot of measures in the agricultural sector, which eventually led to the highest growth in agriculture ever recorded in our country, 30% at the time, 30%, Mr. Speaker. From that poor background, we came out from hunger, producing all that we needed at the time, and everybody applauded this nation for our contributions. Mr. Speaker, you recall that within the period, the then head of state was invited to one of the European countries and was given an award for fighting against hunger in Ghana. Hunger and poverty in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, FAO's Food and Agriculture Organization awarded His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings for that sterling performance. Mr. Speaker, where are we now? Why is it that nature has been kind to us and has bestowed on us all that it takes for agriculture to be used to develop our nation, yet we are still unable to produce enough food to feed our people? Mr. Speaker, what are the challenges? What are the challenges? Number one, the first challenge is lack of investment in the agricultural sector. Lack of investment in the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2003, Ghana signed onto the Maputo Declaration. Under the declaration, African heads of states agreed that for agriculture to assume its rightful place in the development agenda of our nations, we should commit not less than 10% of our annual budget towards agriculture. Mr. Speaker, even today, the 2023 budget you are doing, total allocation to the agricultural sector is around 1%. It's around 1%. Source 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, we have all agreed that if we are able to commit 10% of our annual budget to agriculture, we can use agriculture to transform our nation. Yet, we are unable to do that. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, the 2023 budget, last year, 2022, when you look at the revised figures, an amount of 131 million was allocated for the Planting for Food and Jobs program. But the budget reports that, as at the time the budget is being presented, only 34 million Ghana cedis has been released. And so we are not making the financial commitment to ensure that agriculture expansion is achieved. Because that is the problem we have. The Honorable Atachi spoke about irrigation. Yes, rain-fed agriculture can never provide us the solution to food challenges that we have in our country. And so there's the need for us to provide irrigation to ensure all year-round food production in the country. But, Mr. Speaker, we say, everywhere we chorus around the country that we are investing in agriculture, we are investing in irrigation. Sometimes we even perform soil cutting ceremonies without releasing monies for the execution of the projects. Mr. Speaker, look at what has happened to Palugu irrigation program, the project. The project is stalled just because after the performance of the soil cutting ceremony, a program that was attended and addressed by His Excellency the President, even the mobilization has not been paid. Yes. So it is important for all of us that as we celebrate the day, and then we put our heads together to profess solutions to the numerous challenges confronting agriculture, we all agree as leaders of our nation to make financial commitments and to deliver on our promises, make resources available so that the Minister for Agriculture will not only be speaking, he will be doing.
Honorable Member, please, just a minute. The Deputy Majority Leader has caught my eye. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member on his feet is attempting to provoke debate. This statement requires of us to make brief comments. And Mr. Speaker, he is veering off. And Mr. Speaker, if you may permit me, on the 72, it's very clear of what is expected to be done. Now he is going into the budget and saying that certain provisions were not made, and he quoting figures, which figures he's not telling us exactly which page. So, Mr. Speaker, I am simply drawing the attention of my respected colleague to use the opportunity to operate within the remit of the rules so that he doesn't start his own debate. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, I've also been struggling with what is happening on the floor. And I sought guidance from the rules. And I think that we need to do some more work to clarify the rules. I was trying to situate the statement, whether it's a statement of government policy or it's a ceremonial statement of celebrating an anniversary. Now, what you refer to is a statement of government policy or announcement of a government's policy, and they are guided by the rules referred to. But when you come to ceremonial speeches, we don't have such guidance there. is a practice we've been trying to use because generally statements are not meant to provoke debate. That's the general practice. But under the rules, 71 does not say that they should make comments and that the comments should be guided by what has already been submitted. That is in 70 Rule 2. That is the challenge I was faced with. So it's not just the ranking member alone, but the earlier, particularly the honorable member for Nalirgu Gambaga, equally made statements that were debatable. And so I was held, and I couldn't stop any of them because of the nature of our rules. But I take your concern on board, and I will advise member that in accordance with the practice, be guided by what is the convention in the House. Don't make statements that will provoke debate. And usually, the comments are brief. I say this because you kept on referring to the budget. The budget. You know, and you know the budget is on the debate now. And so, can you just move out of that place and end up with brief comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, I was looking at some of the challenges that as farmers we face in our country, and also how we can all contribute towards the development of agriculture.
The focus of the statement is for us to celebrate.
You are celebrating challenges.
Celebrate our farmers using the 38th edition. So, yes, you can refer to the challenges. But
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Yes, the day is for us to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, apart from the fanfare, we also have to use the day to dissect some of the challenges we have and to also chart a good path so that the following year we can celebrate and celebrate better than we did the previous year. So, Mr. Speaker, while celebrating the farmers, I was drawing the attention of the House to the need for us to invest hugely in that sector and then also improve upon irrigation. Mr. Speaker, I was also going to talk about storage facilities. Storage facilities. Yes, the farmers produce crops like plantain, cassava in abundance during the seasons. But unfortunately, as a nation, we do not have storage facilities to store them so that when the lease is in, they can make some money from their sweat and labor. It is important for us as we celebrate the day and congratulate our farmers. As policymakers, we put in place the right mechanisms to ensure that agriculture becomes profitable for the numerous people engaged in it. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, almost 50% of our workforce is engaged in agriculture. So we are now celebrating 50% of our population. But the maker of the statement mentioned they are contributing to GDP. He mentioned figures around 22, around 19%, and there's the specific years. Mr. Speaker, if you are using half of your workforce to contribute less than 20% of your GDP, then you can understand the level of poverty among our people. And so we have to celebrate in joy, not in tears. And that is why there is a need for us not to talk about celebration alone, but to also bring to fore some of the challenges so that together, we can resolve some of these things and ensure that agriculture becomes the engine for growth in our country. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if attention is given to agriculture, we can use agriculture to create jobs for the teeming youth of our nation. We can use agriculture to stabilize our city.
Yes.
Because if we are able to add value,
Value addition.
we create jobs along the value chain, export and make more money, and put smiles on the faces of these farmers. That is when Ghana can properly celebrate the day. Mr. Speaker, on this note, in spite of the difficulties, the challenges, the low investment, our farmers have demonstrated that they love this nation. They have demonstrated that regardless of the challenges, they will do their best to ensure that everybody is fed here. So we congratulate them, and it is our hope that the government will make available resources to reward deserving farmers who have performed responsibly in the sector. And the selection will be done without any partisan lenses. And deserving farmers will be awarded accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Majority, yes, you've been asked to speak for and on behalf of majority. The leadership, is that the case? Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are giving the opportunity to the chair of the Agri Committee. So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by the Minister for Food and Agriculture on the 38th day celebration of our gallant farmers. Mr. Speaker, I take advantage again to salute all farmers of the land and commend them on their contribution to national development. Mr. Speaker, anytime we mention farmers, some tend to forget about our fishermen. They are also doing their best in contributing to the food needs of the country. Mr. Speaker, if we cast our mind back to the days ago, we can talk about how our farmers toil in their various areas in coming out with their wares or whatever they produce in the farm. The Speaker, they have gone through a lot. They have made it possible for Ghana to boast of whatever we consume here. The Speaker, we cannot talk about farmers without talking about the crop sector and the livestock sector. The Speaker, together, those who find themselves in these sectors are doing extremely well to position Ghana at a place that we can boast of food sufficiency. The Speaker, as we speak now, though we have difficulties in the system, farmers have proven beyond all reasonable doubts that the Ghana economy or the Ghanaian economy can depend solidly on farmers. So, Speaker, when all sectors of the economy were recording negative growth, even during the COVID period, Agric showed the world that they are there to support humanity. Mr. Speaker, we talk about Agric and we also talk about the contribution of the donor agencies. They are doing a lot to support the government, and I'll commend them on this day that we are commending, or we are saluting the farmers, that they should keep the collaboration with government in making sure that we get our food sufficiency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about what government is doing for the agri sector and the intention for the sector to be sustainable, it has found full expression in the 2023 budget, or the budget statement, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the modernization side of agriculture, I think that is the only way we can expand the food output to make Ghana food production sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we can also talk about modernization, bringing in the irrigation programs that will also support farmers to produce all year round. Mr. Speaker, if you take cocoa production, for instance. If cocoa receives enough water, production throughout the year has been researched to be possible, Mr. Speaker. If you visit some of the cocoa producing areas where irrigation program has been piloted, Mr. Speaker, you see the yield has increased in many folds. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about mechanization of agriculture, and we think of what was happening years back, where we're using the rudimentary tools to produce food for the community, Mr. Speaker, we can talk more about what the farmer has gone through till today. Honorable, my colleague, Honorable Kuku mentioned in early 80s when we had difficulty. I remember 1983. If you pick the performance of farmers from that time till today, we can say they duly need commendation. If you talk about their toys, their contribution to the GDP, even job creation, Mr. Speaker, they deserve to be commended. And on this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to implore the corporate Ghana and all donor agencies and everybody here in this House to do our bit in supporting agriculture, especially our farmers. Mr. Speaker, other agencies are doing very well in supplying. Other agencies are doing well in making sure that we sustain food production in Ghana. If you look at what is happening at our backyards, especially around the areas where we have galamsey and other things, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon every Ghanaian to make sure that we stop some of these activities, cooperate with government, the steps that are being taken to curb galamsey, for instance, in order to secure everything. I implore everybody here in the House to join me celebrate the farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Yeah.
Honorable members, I will just, on behalf of the House and staff, convey our appreciation and satisfaction with the sacrifice and hard work of our farmers and fishers. As we join the nation led by the President in celebrating these patriotic farmers and fishers, I will be engaging leadership for us to move away from only celebrations in words to that of indeed. We should be able to add value to what His Excellency the President does on that day by also creating some opportunities for farmers to get closer to Parliament, to get a few things from us, and to know how we feel about the sacrifices they make in keeping us alive. It's with this, once again, I send our deepest and heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to our farmers. With this, we end the time for statement for today and will allow the Minister to go to continue with the preparations for the celebration of the day. Thank you, Minister, for coming. I hope we'll now move on straight away to public business. And at the commencement of public business, we will continue with the debate itemized as motion number 9 at page 7 of the order paper. The motion that was moved on Thursday, 24 February 2022, by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. I have not received the list from leaders, so who should start? As Majority Leader.
Yesterday we indicated to begin with trade and industry today. Trade and industry, communications, energy, and then roads and transport.
So I await the list of names from the majority side. I have So, Majority Leader, please, let's get your list. Whilst we await the list from the majority, we'll start with what we have from the minority side, and we'll start with Honorable Kwame Abuja, who is a ranking member and therefore entitled to 15 minutes. Yes, Honorable Member, I know you are very time conscious. I can see you are setting your time.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to motion number 9 as moved yesterday and the debate started yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank colleagues who have made various contributions towards this motion so far. Mr. Speaker, this budget must give all of us serious concern as it will affect the way we live our lives. So far, Mr. Speaker, economic situations in the country has already started altering our lives. For the poorer, Mr. Speaker, today, perhaps if you have 100 Ghana cedis in your pocket, the value of that money is probably 50 cedis. Because what you could buy with that 100 cedis a year ago, that 100 cedis can only buy half of what you bought 1 year ago. The effect of this budget is basically to take steps to correct the challenges we have. Mr. Speaker, before it gets better, it's going to get worse according to this budget. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? This budget sought to bring on revenue measures. That means that we have to pay more taxes. And sadly, if I look at the expenditure section, Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced that the government intends to collect all these monies and apply them in ways that would actually address the situation in which we are. Mr. Speaker, members of parliament, including myself, must begin to reflect on decisions we took in support of the finance minister in the past. Mr. Speaker, I will zero into one section only. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to page 190, Appendix B, 3B of the budget. Mr. Speaker, in that section, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that, for instance, Ghanaians, my constituents, are going to contribute to an amount of 4.6 billion to be collected as NHIS. The constituents, including those at Swami, will contribute to another 4.6 billion to be collected as part of GET Fund. Constituents from Tamale West will be part of the contribution of 2.5 billion Ghana cedi towards the road fund. Mr. Speaker, turn to the next page, Appendix 3C. You will realize that, Mr. Speaker, while the finance minister takes these monies, he is only going to spend 2.5 billion on NHIS. The finance minister will only spend 1.8 billion of the 4.6 billion he is going to collect on GET Fund on GET Fund. He's going to spend only 1 billion out of the 2.5 billion he is going to collect on road project. Mr. Speaker, the question I ask members of parliament is this: are you comfortable when your constituents pay these monies, which are meant to improve roads, improve healthcare, and improve education, and not even half of this money is spent on these things. Mr. Speaker, this is why I say we should question ourselves as to whether what we are doing in support of the finance minister sometimes is in line with the vision of our constituent. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue of capping of these funds must concern all members of parliament. I don't think we should continue to support the finance minister to cap these critical funds. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. Today, maybe if you go to the road ministry, you will see works done by patriotic Ghanaian contractors, which they have funded through loans in the tune of maybe 12 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, these monies are sitting on the books of the road ministry. They are not paid. Mr. Speaker, do you know what will happen? By the time these monies are paid, about 40% of this money will be just due to interest on delayed payment. It is not a value to the state, it's not value to the government, and it's not value to the contractor. Because we took monies through road fund and not use the money for the road works, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm saying that maybe this House must take a decision that no more capping of any statutory fund. If the Minister of Finance wants money for agric, let him bring an appropriate law to generate revenue to do agric. Don't take money for health and then go and use it to do planting for food, because that is actually not the reason my constituent paid this money. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living in this country is very high currently. The government have put in measures through different forms to improve, for instance, transportation. I am very happy our colleague, the railway minister, is here. Indeed, some of the loans approved in this House, Mr. Speaker, we can see the fruits of those works. The Mpakadan Temamoto railway project is ongoing. Some in the western region are ongoing. But Mr. Speaker, we also approved a facility in this House for the construction of Buankra integrated terminal. Mr. Speaker, without a dedicated railway from Tema to Buankra, that project, even if completed tomorrow, will not give us any value. Mr. Speaker, we must make the decision to find out how we are going to build a railway from Tema to Mpakadan. Otherwise, all the fanfare, shortcutting, side visiting, Mr. Speaker, would amount to nothing. Even if we complete the Tema Mpakadan railway tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, it will be of no value, because we needed to find a way of building a terminal that would transport those goods from there elsewhere in the country. Mr. Speaker, when we speak, as we speak, is there any project like that? There's no project like that, Mr. Speaker. That is why I said we must examine some of the decisions we've taken in the past, so we don't repeat those decisions from now onwards, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to transport, the cost of transportation is very high. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, this is the time for us to revisit BRT. This House approved some loans in the past for the establishment of the BRT. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Cote d'Ivoire, BRT works perfectly. In fact, every year they replace or add more buses to their buses, because public transport actually is what you can use to mitigate high cost of transportation in cities. But if your public transport system is not fit for purpose, what can you do? So everybody is still trying to buy expensive fuel. But imagine if we had BRT working the way it should be, I am sure that government could just activate a way. Mr. Speaker, every country that operates BRT, it is subsidized. Our BRT is not subsidized. Metromass is not even able to break even. They are not even to raise enough money to even buy fuel. How can this be sustainable, Mr. Speaker? Maybe we should look at what we've done with STC, where STC today is capable of not coming back to this House again, but able to buy their own buses, pay staff, and then have a decent transport system. Maybe that is what we should do. Mr. Speaker, I'm also hearing that the aviation ministry, which is now under transport, is considering looking at a situation where the amount of money passengers pay on domestic airline ticket should be reviewed upward. Mr. Speaker, indeed, currently, when you take a flight from Accra to Kumasi, you are probably going to pay only 5 cedis. The populist behavior of the opponent opposite even actually suspended the collection of these 5 cedis, Mr. Speaker. So people take this flight and pay nothing. So if they wanted to have a look, take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't oppose it. But let's look at the numbers. Let's interrogate the numbers. And this money should not be collected and given to Ghana Airport Company, and the following day, all they do is to take a big loan and collateralize it for the next 30 years, which is all of them do. Road fund, get fund, NHIs. If we're going to do this, Mr. Speaker, we should ring fence this money that they go into exactly what the Ghana Airport Company will do to improve aviation in the country. So we can look at this. Mr. Speaker, I have a very sad story when it comes to road maintenance in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have here a document produced by the Minister of Minister of Roads and Highways. Let me give you this data, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, 40,400 kilometers of roads undergone routine maintenance. Routine maintenance is the roadside cutting, the reshaping that they do on the roads that are in our villages. That is 40,000 in 2017. In 2018, that reduced to 30,691. In 2019, that reduced to 27,410. In 2020, that reduced to 25,496. In 2021, that reduced to 25,048. Mr. Speaker, year on year, we are spending less on maintenance of on our road. Mr. Speaker, the temptation to say I've done a new road so that people will say how many kilometers you have done is leading us into a situation where it's just like having children. Instead of looking after them, you ignore them and keep having more children. That is why many of the roads are so in a deplorable state. We are not spending enough on maintenance of our road because perhaps politically people think if you maintain a certain road, it's not a new road. Mr. Speaker, new roads also would require maintenance just after a year after construction. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the road minister must pay attention to this. On page 40, paragraph 462, we welcome the decision by the road minister to bring back the road tolls. We take no pride in saying we told you so, Mr. Speaker. It was populist, it was unnecessary, we told you, and they were there shouting, oh, we are going to do it because we have e-levy. Today, we want to bring the road toll. But, Mr. Speaker, some members of the party that belongs to the other side had the courage to tell you that if you want a road toll, you should go and collect it yourself. Today, they have brought a law here to say they are bringing it back. Mr. Speaker, on principle, we supported it that it should remain that time. We are still supporting it that they should bring it back. But there will be no blank checks. If you bring the road toll back, all the accruals must go into road maintenance. Otherwise, we are not going to support you. That is why we say decap the road fund. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the motorway, they said, we sat here and said time and again that what the minister was calling a contract between the Ghana government and Motor Angels is not a fit for purpose contract. You cannot sign a contract with a foreign company without coming to this house. Article 1781 and 5 doesn't allow you to do that. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the decision of the road minister to come back to the house with an appropriate package that to build the Accra motorway. When we look at that package and it's fit for purpose, Mr. Speaker, we would support that. Mr. Speaker, lastly, on the issue of indebtedness, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian contractors, patriotic citizens are in serious problem. As we read this budget, there is no indication as to how we are going to pay the 12 billion or so that we owe Ghanaian contractors. Some of them are in this room. Some of them are relatives. Some of them are citizens of this country. Some of them have sold their houses. They have collateralized everything. Mr. Speaker, we must find a way of helping the government to pay these contractors. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, if I look at this, Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Roads alone have awarded projects almost 14.5 billion Ghana cedi. This side of the house queried why President Mahama should award Cocoa Roads up to 5 billion. Today, you've got almost 15 billion. And where are you going to pay for this, Mr. Speaker? How are you going to pay for this? And to make it worse, we spent some money to do audit into the Cocoa Roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, the Agri Minister just left here. On several occasions, Mr. Speaker, he said he laid the report of the Cocoa Roads in this house. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you on authority, Speakership has told me they can't find that report. So we are asking you, Mr. Speaker, direct the Agri Minister to provide the report on the Cocoa Road report so that we can peruse it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, we are ready to support government to improve our roads, aviation, railway, everything. But this time round, no blank checks. We are going to scrutinize everything, decap the road fund and other things. Then we can support you to make our roads safer, our air safer, and our railway, everything better. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, he's a ranking member, so he has some more minutes because it's ended at 12:30. 12 minutes, 30 seconds. We will now listen to Honorable Alex Tete. Honorable Alex Tete.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by Honorable Kujo on the budget statement ably presented by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully yesterday about the impression created by Honorable Adongo that the Magua that we have confidence in him, he normally score a goal for the opponent.
Member, the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Honorable, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I listened carefully to the debates or the speech made by Honorable Adongo on Magua that he enumerated to the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the whole world is facing with the economic crisis, and it is better for us to maintain Magua, that we will be able to have his confidence back rather than to bring a striker like Romelu Lukaku, which Chelsea sold to Inter Milan, and later have a confidence that Lukaku can able to actually help them in their striking force, not knowing that Lukaku is the worst striker in the whole world. And we are not ready to bring such type of striker into the country again. We are here, Mr. Speaker, as a nation where the striker that the opponents are talking about the former president, is not able to pay the teachers that they actually hired for them to taught for 24 months, but only 3 months have been paid. This debt was created by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That's normally called legacy debt. Mr. Speaker, we are in this country when the so-called striker is not able to provide 24 hours electricity to the Ghanaians. Now the Magua that cannot defend the Manchester is able to provide this particular land to light for the Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, in this country, Article 36, clause 2C actually provided how the distribution of infrastructure should be made in this country. And I can challenge both sides of the House or the members of Parliament from both sides of the House, that since Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, through the able Minister of Roads and Highways, assumed office, has developed unprecedented roads construction in this country. And Mr. Speaker, our road network from 2017 to 2022, as I speak, stands at 94,203 kilometers. And Mr. Speaker, this figure has actually been confirmed by the ministry and the chief director when we went to Adan on a workshop. And actually a question was actually posed to the chief director to actually confirm this particular road network. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the road construction, every constituency in this country has benefited from the road construction, whether paved or unpaved. And Mr. Speaker, in our fourth republic, no government has been able to construct a number of bridges and interchanges like Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo through the Minister of Road. And Mr. Speaker, these roads are not in the Green Book. It's actually physical roads that you can actually attest to it. Mr. Speaker, last week, we actually paid a visit to some of the road sites, especially Ofankwan and Salon Road. And in doing our visit, the members from the other side actually attest to it that the road contractor, the local road contractor called Manapoma, is doing an extremely work on this particular section of the road. Mr. Speaker, like I said, this is not a Green Book road. It's a physical road that we can attest to it. Mr. Speaker, we pay a visit to Obechebi Lamte Circle, the interchange that the government is constructed, and work is at about 75% in completion. Mr. Speaker, Nungwa-Barra interchange is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, Minister of Roads and Highways has actually distributed the road network fairly into all the regions. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me mention some of the roads that has actually been undertaken in the road sector. Seria Kontomna to Serioso, and my senior brother, Dr. Kokua Friye, can attest to it that this road has been actually constructed by our government. And Mr. Speaker, Asempa near to Osekojo Krum Road is being constructed by Ramandi through Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, the distribution of these road networks actually each region has actually benefited.
There's too much noise in the chamber.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
Let me correct this impression created by my ranking member that government is reintroducing the road 2 into Ghana again. Mr. Speaker, look at page 100 and Mr. Speaker, page 140 of the budget statement, paragraph 710. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. Mr. Speaker, government is pursuing the strategic decision to procure the 27.7 kilometers of the Accra-Temamoto Way, an extension project through the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, a PPA concessional agreement backed by an appropriate toll arrangement will be presented to Parliament for approval to facilitate its execution. Mr. Speaker, I can't actually tell my friends that it is not the way that he actually presented that the government is interested. It is a PPA arrangement, and I believe that when this particular bill comes to Parliament, we will actually pass it and make sure that the Minister of Roads and Highways actually execute this particular project. Mr. Speaker, let me also mention some of the roads investment that has been made. And specifically, Mr. Speaker, if you look at as what? Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the roads in the various regions. The asphalt lane work that has been done. Osu, Laboni, Airport Residential Area, Tesano, Medina, Tema, Ayawasu, Bawi, English Amafu, Bema Camp, and Adenta. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the eastern region, Anyinam, Chebi, Suhum, Ekropon, Akimoda, Mr. Speaker, if you come to northeast, Nairugu, Walewale, Gabaga, Mr. Speaker, if you come to western, we can talk of Apramdo, we can talk of, Mr. Speaker, if you come to Ashanti region, Jobin, Askore, Swami, Maikum, Afijase, Asokore, Swami roundabout, airport roundabout. Mr. Speaker, let me also mention that the realization of Asim-Prasu Road is ongoing. And Mr. Speaker, the township of Asim-Fosu, we all know the traffic situation there. Government is doing its best to actually ease the traffic on that particular one. Mr. Speaker, construction is ongoing in Techiman, Akumada, and Akrankwanta Takwa roads. Mr. Speaker, all these roads, my friends can attest to it. That is not a green book road, but it is actually a physical work that is undergoing in this particular sector. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that, Mr. Speaker, one of the best things that the government has done is the construction of the various interchanges, which Takrade is one of the beneficiary regions. Mr. Speaker, my friends from the other side actually attest to the fact that the government of Nana Rodankwa, through the Minister of Roads and its agencies, has actually done unprecedented work in the road sector. And Mr. Speaker, let me also come to the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, the government of Nana Rodankwa Akufo-Addo, through the Minister of Railway, has actually done well. And my friend, ranking member has actually alluded to the fact that the approval that the Parliament has given to the Railway Ministry, they have used the money and it's the benefit of this particular nation. Mr. Speaker, some of the railway that governments undertook is the Mpakadan that has been mentioned. The Kojo Krom to Takwa railway is being constructed. Manso to Takwa is being constructed. Mr. Speaker, with all these investments in the railway sector, it will open up the railway and more jobs will be created. Mr. Speaker, in other words, let me assure my friends from the other hand that we all know that the country is facing a lot of challenges. But like I said from the beginning, it is better for us to maintain our defender Magua to actually boast his confidence to pay or actually give an education to our children and give access to our contemporary children to actually access education, rather than to bring a striker which will not be able to score a goal and already throw the opportunity outside the box. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that the confidence that the Ghanaians has in Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led government is still there. The only thing is that we need to work hard. And as a Ghanaians, we should change our attitude towards work. Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, as executives and all Ghanaians, we must change our attitude towards government work. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the country will be able to restore back to economic growth and stability. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yeah. Honorable Isaac James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor in respect of the budget read here on the 24th of November 2022. Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague, he was talking about and touting the extent of roads that have been constructed by Nana Akufo-Addo, and we have been going front and back on this one and trying to set the record straight. Indeed, it's been claimed that Nana Akufo-Addo's tenure has witnessed the best road construction ever since independence. But we had the opportunity to talk about that, and indeed, the records in the ministry do not prove to that extent. Mr. Speaker, the road sector medium-term development plan, page 50, clearly indicates the extent of the road network that we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, I get worried and I get concerned about the way the ministry is managing our road assets. Indeed, we spend so much money in establishing roads and constructing roads and bridges, but it is important that we have the maintenance culture with us and indeed maintain these roads. One of the reasons, and I think critical one, that the road fund was set up is to maintain our road assets. Indeed, the road industry is capital intensive, and any road that is constructed must be maintained. Mr. Speaker, the road sector depends on three key indicators. We have the total road network size, the road condition mix, that is fair and good and poor, and the proportion of roads maintained and rehabilitated. Basically, what this means is that irrespective of the funds or irrespective of the investment you make in the industry, if you don't maintain them, it will virtually go bad. Mr. Speaker, what we are hearing here, my brother, is talking about we've constructed this road, we've constructed that road. It is good to construct all those roads. But the point is that, are we maintaining them? Records in the ministry indicate that our performance, this administration's performance in road maintenance, has been very unsatisfactory. Now, I talk it to reinforce what my ranking said. Mr. Speaker, by 2016, when we left office, the state of our road condition mix, the road condition mix indeed talks about the good, the fair, and the poor. 2016, and as at 2016, the record that we left is still existing. What we have now, the 94,202, is just projections. It has not been validated. And we are waiting for that record to be validated. Records indicate that their consultants still ongoing, trying to do their search to make sure that the 94,000 projection is validated. Until it is done, we have a record that what we have now is the 78,402 kilometers that was bequeathed to this administration by the Mahama administration. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that I'm concerned, or we are concerned about the road sector maintenance? Feeder roads has been cited by the medium-term development plan program for agenda for jobs, that among the areas that have been challenged so heavily is the feeder road area. I'm talking about infrastructure. So it means that we need to spend time on feeder roads. We need to spend time maintaining our roads going forward, but that has not been done. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the budget, and I want to read, by your permission, 731, Mr. Speaker, 713, sorry. Anyway, so that indicates, tells us the budget allocation for road maintenance. But it's surprising that there is no allocation for road maintenance in the budget. It is a tradition and a ritual that every year there's a planned projection for roads in terms of routine maintenance and periodic maintenance for the various agencies, urban roads, feeder roads, and highways. Unfortunately, in this budget, there is no planned program of works for the ministry, and that tells us that road maintenance has been shelved, and that is not too good enough. The point is that we have feeder roads, which is the main, it forms about 50%, over 50% of the total road network in this country. And if you see the allocations of funds going to feeder roads, is very, very, very small. And therefore, we want to believe that it's rather deliberate, because the attention now has all been diverted towards the flyovers and all those urban roads and trunk roads. That is fine. But for the feeder roads, we need to ensure that the feeder roads has also been managed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as I said I was going to concentrate on feeder roads. The releases to the feeder roads for maintenance has not been satisfactory, and indeed is very disheartening. The government has always been, directing resources into the urban roads and highways, which is not satisfactory, leaving the maintenance of feeder roads, in a very bad state. The concern is that when feeder roads has been targeted as an area that has been challenged, it means that the attention must be given to this sector in terms of funds raising and all those. Feeder roads is critical, and therefore road fund that we have must channel a lot of resources into this area, and that is not happening. Mr. Speaker, what is the state of road funds? Road fund, as was indicated by my ranking, road fund has since 2017 not conducted the audited and published the audited report. What is the reason for this? We need to know. Road fund, since 2016, where we reviewed the act, and the fund had opportunity to go for loans and so on, we do not know how much road fund has accrued since 2017 to 2021. So the question is that how much has road fund accrued over the period, and how much has been delivered or released to urban roads, Ghana House Authority, basically for the maintenance of our roads. Mr. Speaker, lift service has always been given to maintenance, as we did say. So the question now we ask is that what is the planned network for maintenance for preceding year? We don't have any in the budget. There is no portion for planned maintenance for feeder roads, urban roads, and highways. We don't have them. And that is why I think that it is something that the government must, the ministry should ensure that this is done and done properly. The other one, Mr. Speaker, is that why has the ministry, and we did say, why has the ministry not been able to publish the road fund audited account since 2017 to date? We need answers to this as well. The government has always been, the ministry has always been concerned about growth in the urban centers and roads on trunk roads, leaving feeder roads, and we think that must be looked into. Mr. Speaker, I think that for this budget, the ministry should come again in providing details in the budget, allocating resources, allocate planned programs for the various agencies, urban roads, feeder roads, and highways. As it stands now, this is the first time that the budget is submitted where we don't have any planned action for works on maintenance for the three agencies, urban roads, feeder roads, and highways. And I think that if this is the situation, then it is very, very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the budget statement, paragraph 871, provided for routine maintenance plan of 16,000 kilometers for feeder roads, but at the end of the day, the resultant effect, or what we realized, was 1,811 kilometers that was achieved. So leaving a variance of over 14,000. So you budget that in 2022, you are going to do routine maintenance for feeder roads of 16,000. Now, at the end of the day, what is in the budget, and as I did say, paragraph 871 provides that 8,811 kilometers was achieved, and that is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Highways Authority, for instance, did plan that they were going to construct 25,000 in terms of routine maintenance. They were going to construct 25,000 kilometers. But at the end of the day, they ended up performing 5,533 kilometers, leaving a variance of 19,467 kilometers. All come together, point to the fact that this administration, this ministry, has been so irresponsible in maintaining and giving resources for maintaining of our roads. If you construct all these new roads, as you are saying, you construct them, but records show that the ministry consistently since 2017 has not been able to provide any meaningful impact on road maintenance going forward. Mr. Speaker, routine maintenance is basically grading, vegetation control, spot improvement, and so on. So if we can't provide resources when we have enough in the road fund kitty to the ministry's particular feeder roads for the routine maintenance and preventive maintenance, then where are we heading towards? So I think that the ministry must come again. What we expect to see or expect to know is that they should fix the budget plan on maintenance for feeder roads, urban roads, and highways. Mr. Speaker, I am so impressed. I'm so impressed by the extent of, the elaboration of my colleague. Oh, we've consulted these roads, we've consulted that road. But at the end of the day, if you are not able to demonstrate that even what you came to meet, you've been able to maintain them, then all these things are just mere talks. And we think that all these projects that the government has touched, we haven't seen any meaningful, what they call conclusion to them, except for touching everything, saying we do this, and we do that. Mr. Speaker, in the budget we have for road fund, we know that road fund, at the end of the year, we have about 2 billion accruing to the kitty. But unfortunately, in 2023, the budget allocation for the road fund is 1,439,520 cedis. But in 2022, there was an allocation of 1,418,309,530 in Ghana cedis, and reference in Appendix 2C, page 187 of the 2022 budget, and Appendix 3C, page 191 of the 2023 budget. All these things point to the fact that we have not been taking attention and mining the road fund. And so the question that I come back to us again is that why has the ministry not been able to publish, and we demand that this thing is done, because it's a legal requirement, that every year we publish road fund audited accounts, and this has not been done.
Member, and can they give me a minute? I'm confused as to how much time. I thought it was that ranking members had 20, chairman and ranking had 20.
After 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the member who seconded the motion yesterday had 20 minutes, and the ranking member then came 20 minutes. The chairman
and ranking members have 15 minutes. All others, of course, chairman, ranking members, and ministers have 15 minutes. All others have 10 minutes. So I noticed that he has 10 minutes. He has exceeded 10 minutes. I thought you were giving him extra time. But it's
Indeed, he has. I thought he had 15.
already exceeded
That's why
his time.
not. Very well. Please make your concluding statement. And
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to state that this budget does not provide any information, any details on road maintenance for the various agencies, urban roads, federal roads, and highways, as has been the norm in the ministry. And I read as paragraph 713. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hassan Tampoli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate. The motion ably moved by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the ranking member, a very good friend, a very loquacious member of Parliament for Adaklu, speak on this matter. And on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, I think he was not too seized with the facts. And I believe some facts were caught on his blind side. Mr. Speaker, I will respond to some of the issues that he raised shortly. But with reference to paragraph 739 to paragraph 749, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport, in terms of performance and outlook, has commenced and almost completed the construction of 12-number fish landing sites. And I was hoping that this would have caught his attention. We have done so in Axim, Dixkov, in the western region, and in the central region we have Mori, Mumford, Winneba, Elmina, Senyabriku, Gomuafete. Greater Accra we have Teshi, Osu, Jamestown, and in the Volta region we have Keta. Mr. Speaker, all these are at very, very advanced stages of completion. And I was hoping that this would have caught the eye of the Honorable Ranking Member. Now, Mr. Speaker, the best part of this job is that it comes with complementary projects. And these complementary projects include classroom blocks, police station, toilet facilities. It includes fish smoking sites. It includes even health centers, for instance, like the one at Asedame in the Volta region, Keta to be precise. So, Mr. Speaker, these are matters that I believe, ought to be agitating the minds of the Honorable Ranking Member, as he sees the positive side of what is contained in these budgets. Mr. Speaker, the issues that the Honorable Ranking Member raised regarding, first of all, the BRT system in Ghana. In his view, we don't have a BRT system. Again, I said he got it wrong because it's a matter of nomenclature. He calls it BRT system, we call it quality bus service. And Mr. Speaker, we have the Ayalolo bus services, and they are on the road. And it would be very difficult for me not to understand how the honorable colleague will miss out on this and then rather dwell on nomenclature that he wants to see BRT. So, Mr. Speaker, if he wants to see BRT the way that he sees it in La Côte d'Ivoire, we are going to do one in Kumasi very soon. And this afternoon, we are having a meeting, a kick-off meeting to discuss the ways of funding this particular BRT system under the World Bank project. And Mr. Speaker, we call it the Kumasi Urban Mobility Project, KUMAP. The very good people of Kumasi will be happy to see this project come into fruition. Mr. Speaker, again, He mentioned the issue of Buankra, and he lamented how we do not have a railway line from Tema Port all the way to Buankra. In effect, whatever is constructed in Buankra would be of no use. Again, you got it wrong, because we are looking at Eastern Railway line, but we are looking at the Western Railway line. It has come in all the way. I believe the Honorable Minister for Railway Development will speak to this matter in great detail. But what we have done, we have started the railway line from Tatuade to Pristiahuni Valley. And that is where you are going to get the loop all the way to Buankra. So again, you got it wrong. Mr. Speaker, he again was lamenting about what's the name? Metro Mass Transit buses. Only recently, outside here, President of the Republic commissioned 45 buses for the Metro Mass Transit system. We are waiting for the completion of another 55, bringing the total number to 100 buses. Now, how could you have missed all these, pieces of information and, dwell on the fact that these matters are not there and they are indeed there? 45 buses were commissioned here, right here at the park. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe very strongly that the Honorable Member for Adaklu and Ranking Member, if he averts his mind to what we have on the ground, he would have said something differently. Again, he goes to Airport Passenger Service Charges, APSC, for the Ghana Airport Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, it used to be 1 cedi in 2010. Then it moved to 5 cedis in 2013. Since 2013, there hasn't been any upward review of the APSC. Now, 5 cedi in 2013 cannot be the same as 5 cedis today. Yeah. So the value of 5 cedis has completely eroded. And so when we come with a proposal for the review of the APSC, it is something that has to be supported, because since 2013, Mr. Speaker, we have had Terminal 3. We have had the whole airport. We have had Phase 2 of the Tamale International Airport. We have had Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Kumasi International Airport. We have had Sunyani Airport, and we are also expanding the apron, northern apron of the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, all these monies are supposed to be coming from these same 5 cedis that we take from the domestic passenger charges. We did so in 2013. We did $150 for ECOWAS, $200 for economy class, and I believe $250 for business class passengers. Whilst we maintain the domestic one at 5 Ghana cedis. Now, if we were to do $5 at the time, I believe the value will still be relevant and not be eroded the way that it has been eroded. So, Mr. Speaker, there are justifiable reasons why we should be able to do a review. And this parliament is not a rubber stamp parliament. We shall come with proposal, we shall defend the proposal, and we shall let you understand. Just like you saw it when we went to the Kumasi and the Tamale International Airport. There's value for money. We have to maintain these airports. Whole airport, for instance, as we speak, even though it's not running, it's not, we don't have flights going to the airport, but we still have to maintain the infrastructure, the cooling system. We have to pay the workers and so on and so forth. But we are not generating 1 Ghana cedis from that particular airport. So, Mr. Speaker, there is absolute need for us to be able to get this APSC reviewed further upwards, for us to be able to recoup and then cover costs of operations, especially for the new international airports that we have in Kumasi and in Tamale. Mr. Speaker, the justification for the airports in Kumasi and Tamale, and in Tamale, I want to say that it is mainly to enhance port capacity. So, for instance, the runway in Tamale can accommodate any type of aircraft that you have in the world, so that we'll be able to carry as much cargo of, export products as possible. So that the airport is also supposed to provide the venue for us to be able to lift pilgrims from Ghana to Saudi Arabia. We have done so twice in 2021 and in 2022. Now, all these things must be paid for. Who must pay for them? Mr. Speaker, we have phase 3 of the Tamale International Airport, which includes an expansion of the apron. It includes the construction of the new air traffic control tower. It includes meters and greeters. It also includes a construction of a new office for the airport company and the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, there is more and more than justification for the increase in the APSC, as I've mentioned prior. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe very strongly that the points that have been raised by my honorable colleague, especially regarding the intermodal connection from the Tema Port to Mpaka Dam, is very, very genuine. But he must also recognize that we have started the construction of a terminal at in the Savannah region.
We have 1 minute.
We have started construction of a terminal, Debre, in the Savannah region. Now that will already serve the purpose, so we'll move the cargo, the containers from the Tema Port to Mpaka Dam, and then we offload them onto the barges all the way to Mpaka Dam, and we move them to the landlocked countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, and then Mali. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my honorable colleague to come again by looking at the positive sides of these budgets and not dwell on areas that he thinks we haven't done well. This is a positive budget, and he must support it. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Yes,
Amma Kofi-Boa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of government for the financial year 2023. Mr. Speaker, I focus on trade and industry and have few energy issues to bring up in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we debate this budget with the following hurdles for businesses and industry as we speak today. We have high interest rates, depreciation, the year-to-date depreciation against the US dollar. My mic. Mr. Speaker, inflation in October was 40.4%, up from 12.6% at the end of December 2021. Mr. Speaker, there's also high interest rates. The 91 T-bill, Mr. Speaker, rate now is 32.5%, compared to 12.6% at the end of December 2021. Mr. Speaker, these are all hurdles for businesses and for manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, there's also low growth prospects. 2022 growth outlook of 3.6 is projected to decline to 2.6% by 2023. The real sector of the Ghanaian economy is experiencing slow growth, Mr. Speaker, as we all know. The agri sector that grew by 8.9% in 2021 is expected to grow by the end of this year to 4.9%. The service industry that grew at 0.8 in 2021 will grow by 5.4 at the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, these are the stark realities we face even as we deal with this budget. The key sectors of this economy, real estate, finance, insurance, health, and the social sector are all projected to decline. Mr. Speaker, so it is in this context that we look at the approach and the steps that government is taking to address these challenges to ensure that the manufacturing sector will be able to rise from this decline, to ensure that we can boost industry, to ensure that small businesses can survive. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, what do we see in this budget? What we see is these 24 tax handles that was enumerated. And every tax handle in this budget is going to basically cripple businesses. is going to make it difficult for businesses not only to create jobs, but to deal with the fundamental problems we have, reduce our import bill. So, Speaker, what are the things that government must do instead of addressing what is important that every government does in these circumstances, which is basically reducing taxes, giving waivers and reliefs? This government won't do that. What we've done here, as I've said, is to increase more taxes. We know of the VAT, 2.5%. We have even extended the e-levy to cover the poorest of the poor. Mr. Speaker, but what is worrying is the double speak, the double talk. If this government says sleep, you need to wake up. And from 2027, Mr. Speaker, every team that has been chosen for this budget, we've turned it the opposite. Mr. Speaker, we started off in 2017, where the government said that the budget was intended to basically sow the seeds for growth and jobs. What happened was that there was no growth and there was no jobs. We came to 2028, the budget was intended to put Ghanaians back to work. It put Ghanaians out of work. 2019, that budget was supposed to ensure that there's prosperity and jobs. It brought joblessness and hopelessness. Mr. Speaker, it continued on to 2021. The government had come out with a budget that said it was intended to bring economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and continuity. Mr. Speaker, do you know what it brought? It brought coronavirus and more taxes. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the budget was intended to build a sustainable entrepreneurial nation, fiscal consolidation, Mr. Speaker, and job creation. What it meant was that it was e-levy, and quite frankly, the mess we find ourselves in. Please, I've taken that off. It was not corona. I meant that year, what we dealt with was coronavirus. I didn't say the government broke it. I said that year, that's what we dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget also says that the intention is to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability and resilience through inclusive growth and value addition. Mr. Speaker, from everything that I've said, that's not what this budget is intended to do. This budget is going to weaken the manufacturing sector. This budget is going to weaken industry. Mr. Speaker, and I don't even know what the Minister of Finance means by saying that all that he has said meant in Cambo. Mr. Speaker, but that's not what I want to dwell on. Let's move on to the government's flagship program. One district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, don't allow him because you did not allow anybody. Mr. Speaker, it is not.
Leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for it. My respected colleague on his feet admitted that in 2017 and 2018, government of taxes, I would want him to cite of the taxes that were introduced by this government in 2017. He referred to the budget.
We are out of order.
Mr. That the government's flagship program, 1D, 1F, has been a monumental failure. Mr. Speaker, and I will show and prove by the statement at the end of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, we all know the history of the 1D, 1F, and nobody should doubt the intention of government when this was started. It was variously established that the 1D, 1F in 2017, 2018, 2019 budget statement was very clear. And this was what was stated in 2019, paragraph 508. Mr. Speaker, the One District, One Factory initiative aims at establishing a factory in every district in Ghana. There was also ample evidence to show that the 1D1F was intended alone program separate from the stimulus package. When it became very obvious that the 1D1F was really not succeeding, the government then that 1D1F and stimulus package are the same thing. Mr. Speaker, today in paragraph 598 of this budget, we are told that a total of 296 one district, one factory projects are at various stages of development, and that 126 factories are operational. We are not specifically told the name of the factories or the districts where these factories are located. Mr. Speaker, so I ask the question, members of parliament, does anybody who has a one district, one factory in your district, please raise your hand.
No, just three.
Mr. Speaker, anybody with one district, one factory, raise your hand. We only have one person from the MPP side.
Honorable, are you denying the fact of it, or you're making your point?
Mr. Speaker, again we are told that a total of 148 companies are under construction. This was in 2022. And then in 2023, that number, instead of those factories under construction being completed, in 2023 budget, we are told that it has reduced to 143. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the factories that have been under construction forever? But, Mr. Speaker, I say this because we have to think about how much money we have pumped into this program. To date, we have spent over 1 billion on import duty exemptions on capital goods and raw materials. 2.69 billion on interest subsidy to participating 1D1F companies. Mr. Speaker, the question must be asked, what impact has all this money had? Now, if you want to know the scorecard of this, Mr. Speaker, I take you to paragraph 300 and the government's own admission that we are not able to point to one product that this 1D1F has really ensured that we are not importing that product into the country. We can't talk about sugar, we can't talk about chicken, we can't talk about even toilet roll, we can't even talk about toothpick. So, Mr. Speaker, what import substitution victory have you won with all these billions that we've pumped into the one district, one factory? This is what the government owes in paragraph 300, Mr. Speaker, and I quote. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's heavy dependence on imports places tremendous pressure on the city. That's creating an unfavorable balance of payment position. In paragraph 303, Mr. Speaker, this is the government. After all this money, after the flashy program, it says it is estimated that Ghana currently has the capacity to produce locally items that account for about 45% of the value of an annual import. These include rice, fish, sugar, poultry, cement, and pharmaceuticals. To this end, government will target this program for import substitution by supporting the private sector. This is after 7 years. After 7 years, this government is not able to tell us in this budget that the 1D1 factory has cured our heavy dependence on imports. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be wrong when I say that we have failed in this flagship program. And why are we surprised? Because all we did was that we go to factories that were alien and say that put our signboard, one district, one factory. That's why nobody identified one district, one factory here. Mr. Speaker, let's get serious on that. Mr. Speaker, I take you to another important program by government, strategic anchor industries. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 603 of the budget statement, talks about the government's strategic anchor industries and focuses on Ghana's automobile development. Now, Mr. Speaker, what was worrying for me was that the government was so proud talking about companies featuring prominently, which are all foreign companies: Toyota, Suzuki, Nissan, and Renault. The government even boasted that 3 new brands are coming in 2023: Hyundai, Chang'an, and Isuzu. We must ask the question: all these brand new cars, the people of Ghana are so impoverished. Who, not even a chief director, who is in a position to buy a brand new car in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, how many Ghanaians can afford a brand new car? And to make it worse, Mr. Speaker, last week we woke up, announcement by the Ghana Standard Authority that in 2023 there will be no import of used cars to Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, we quickly, the Trade and Industry Committee invited the Ghana Standard Authority to come and show us the plan. Write to us that, oh, we wrote, but the ministry has told us to rescind the decision. I have the letter here. I have the letter from Ghana Standard. I mean, how? Mr. Speaker, how can a whole institution write that there will be no import of used cars, only to be told by the Abada ministry? We met them yesterday, and they told us that it is a plan, a long-term plan, but we are not there yet. Mr. Speaker, it even gets worse. When we thought we were dealing with this issue, the Bank of Ghana also comes out. There will be no forest for the import of the foreign items, listed meat, oil. Mr. Speaker, what is the plan? No coordination. Let's get our act together, please. Let's get serious. Mr. Speaker, we must be worried about...
You have 1 minute more, Honorable.
I have what? Oh no, 50 minutes. 50 minutes.
You have done 40 minutes, 26 seconds, and it is still running.
We should be worried about what is in this budget and what is not in this budget. We should be asking the question. We shouldn't be celebrating only companies that are coming to assemble cars. What is the state of Kokompe and what do you call it, Swame and others? How are we building their capacity to really build cars in this country? Mr. Speaker, what is so strange is that this government will talk so much about the garment industry in 2020. Is silent about the garment industry not only in 2022 but in 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, but this is critical. There's a study that was done by Takoradi Technical Institute, Mr. Speaker, and they've outlined the garment industry.
Your time
Mr. Speaker,
kindly wind up.
Flow. This budget, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, has not helped trade, has not helped the industry, has not helped the manufacturing sector. In fact, it is going to make things worse. This government must be serious about laying the foundation to help our manufacturing sector. But there's nothing in this budget. There's nothing in this budget that is going to really address the issue of heavy dependence on imports. Yes. Nothing.
Honorable Carlos Ahinkwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this economic recovery budget that has been presented by the Nana Addo Akufo-Addo government. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that when my colleague on the other side, who's supposed to be my ranking member and who's supposed to know better, will say that a budget produced COVID in 2021. I find it very difficult to understand. I shudder to understand how a colleague such as Mr. Amabua would come up with such an assumption. I don't know where that is coming from, how a budget can produce COVID. But if that's how you see it, we will correct you. Indeed, in all the things that you mentioned. It's unfortunate. You stood up there and asked members around to raise their hands if they have 1D, 1F in their district or in their constituency or municipality. Mr. Speaker, I like that the maker of that statement himself has one district, one party in his own municipality. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you the name of the company. Mr. Speaker, this company is called Fianza Industry Limited, located at Esiama, that produces coconut oil. It is a one district, one party, and you should tell me whether it's a lie. So I want Mr. Speaker to pronounce on his statement, Mr. Speaker, and ask Hansa to capture the lie that he has provided right now to this house, which is a house of records. There's nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, on the floor. That's why you can chew ballot paper. But who has called you? It's not true. It is on record. You can go and check. What you have been?
Honorable, please.
You have been unruly, and I don't
proceed with your debate. Proceed, Honorable Atman. I'm not giving him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
you said so many things that people didn't agree with, but we just listened to you. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. And you see, some of these actions go to tell the whole world how we have to deal with some of these situations, and we'll deal with it appropriately as we can. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy to mention that from 2017 from 2021, this country has recorded trade surpluses or balance of payment surpluses every year. From 2017 to 2020, apart from up to date, apart from 2021, we have on a yearly basis recorded a surplus in our balance of payment. What is balance of payment? When we put all the cost of our imports together, and we put all the returns that we receive on our exports in one basket, when we marry them, there's a surplus, or there's a positive variance. We have been able to achieve this feat. The years before, Mr. Speaker, was nothing to write home about. Unfortunately, it is difficult for us to understand why we even still suffer this DORA CD fight. But one can understand that a lot of our investment that we have in Ghana, of course, is foreign-based investments, so people would have to return their profits, and so therefore the dollar will not come here for us to use. But however, it is the reason why the President Akufo-Addo government has instituted a homegrown program, the 1D, 1F program, to ensure that you and I manage to at least have a factory in each of our villages to prevent our youth from moving from the village into the urban areas, to ensure import substitution, to produce for export, and of course to also produce for domestic use. Mr. Speaker, if I may recount, from 2009 to 2016, the only time I've heard any noise being made about factories in Ghana here, and emphasis mine, is on Commander Sugar Factory. Only one factory, Mr. Speaker. I have never ever heard, and I repeat, emphasis are mine, that the only time I've heard any noise being made within this period was about Commander Sugar Factory. Today, as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we have close to 300 factories under the Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, out of these 296 or so factories, about 126 of them are operational. 143 are in various stages of operation or construction, and 43 are pipeline projects. Let us assume, Mr. Speaker, if since 1992, all the presidents have come to stay on for 8 years, Akufo-Addo is the 5th president. If every president was bringing out or churning out 300 factories in Ghana, we'll be having 3,000 or 1,500 companies as of today. Unfortunately, from 2009 to 2016, only Commander Sugar Factory is the only one that we can we heard of from the people on the other side. And yet, they have the effrontery to speak to us as if we have not done anything in this country. But fortunately for them, those who have 1D, 1F in their constituencies, those who have 1D, 1F in their municipalities, their own siblings, their own children are working in these factories. And I want to point out to them that if they provoke us, we'll mention names. Mr. Speaker, when some presidents had the opportunity in this Fourth Republic to ensure that they provide work or jobs for the youth, they rather sold the factories or companies that we had in Ghana. From Kwame Nkrumah's time, when factories were in abundance, I'll say, in Ghana, a government came into this country and decided to sell everything off. And we can point to the people on the other side as their government that sold these factories off. Today you come and sit here and you tell us that one factory has done nothing. I find it very difficult to understand. And I can prove to you that because we are embarking on a rigorous educational reform process, because the President Akufo-Addo has said that the free SHS has come to stay, it is our business to ensure that we have factories at the other side of the divide to absorb all these children who are coming out or being churned out of the One District, One Factory or the free SHS program. Let's speak up. As we speak today, the One District, One Factory program has absorbed more than 160,000 people. So let me ask you, if there was no One District, One Factory, how could 160,000 people be employed out of the employable brackets in Ghana? This is contained in the budget. And I'm telling you today that most of us, senior citizens, have our parents, our children or our brothers in these factories. So you sit here and you condemn what has been done when you didn't do anything at all on yourself, then I find it very difficult to believe. Yes, Speaker, going on. When the ranking member of Transport had the opportunity to speak, he spoke about the Buankra project and the fact that it wasn't feasible to do because there was no rail line. Mr. Speaker, I find that to be very retrogressive in the sense that if you want to embark on any rigorous industrial park program regime, and this is going to be the first time in West Africa that we have the biggest industrial park, which is multimodal transport control, where you have rail, where you have road and so on coming together to ensure that we maximize the exercise of industrial productivity. The only thing that rail provides, which we can mine on the transport or road transport side, is that one, in carrying the cargo from one point to the other, they don't know who the owner of the goods are, and they don't know what is inside the container. Mr. Speaker, if the rail is not ready, we can use trucks. We can give these containers to trucks. They don't know what is in the container. They don't know who the owners of the containers are. And they will carry these containers from the port straight to the Buankra inland port. And this is the only time that investors will find need and use to invest in the program and bring the rail there. As far as they are concerned, the Buankra program is going to be one of the best projects that this government has provided in the greater Kumasi area. And we are telling you that before 2024, before we leave this, the President Akufo-Addo's time comes to an end, Buankra will be operational. Yes, Speaker. He spoke about the auto industry. And sometimes I feel very alarmed when my ranking member decides to play politics with beautiful projects, beautiful programs. For the first time in the history of this country, we assemble vehicles here in this country. For the first time, people are buying brand new cars without payment of duty. Because when vehicles are manufactured in your country, there's no import duty payment. For the first time, people have high purchase from banks, and they bought brand new cars, medium income earners. And they are medium income earners have bought brand new cars, and they are not going back to the second-hand car market to go and buy. And you say what? As we speak, Toyota is here, Nissan is here, Mr. Speaker, VW is here, Sino Trucks is here, and what's more, our own Kantanka is even manufacturing today. Mr. Speaker, when I drive on the streets and I see Kantanka cars on our roads, I become so happy and I pray for President Akufo-Addo. Why? Because he has managed to ensure down policies are helping our own local industrialists. And I want to charge Mr. Speaker that if you don't mind, as from next Parliament, every parliamentarian must be asked to at least acquire one Kantanka pickup, so that we will use that method to help our industries. If we don't do this, that means that the made in Ghana goods that we are all preaching that everybody should patronize in, we ourselves are not interested in patronizing made in Ghana goods. As of this year, 2023, we can assure you that Hyundai is coming, Shenzhen from China is coming, Isuzu is also coming. Let's Speaker, we are doing all this to ensure that job is created in this country and people who hitherto will be walking the streets will have something to do. What's more, I think that is not enough. The government of Nana Akufo-Addo has ensured that SMEs, small medium scale enterprises, are not left out. Mr. Speaker, as of today, more than 500 million Ghana cedis has been disbursed to over 300,000 SMEs for them to, as it were, cushion themselves against the losses that they incurred during the COVID period. Who does that? Mr. Speaker, those who are sitting on the opposite side of the divide, they will tell you, during the COVID period, they enjoy free electricity. They enjoy free water for 1 year. All of them. Some of them even come and tell us that they are happy that we got free SHS, because otherwise, when school reopens, people will rush them and they have to go and look for money or borrow money to go and pay school fees. Today, they are enjoying that free of charge. And they have the effrontery to come and challenge a better government like this one. What is the alternative? I don't see NDC as an alternative. If you ask me, because what are you bringing on board? Nothing. The solution is here. There is ELP in this document. And I can tell you that once we are done writing everything in this document, you will be cut off from the political divide. But yes, let me dare say that SMEs were not left out. The government of President Akufo-Addo has built 37 business resource centers across the country. Mr. Speaker, these business resource centers are supposed to give business advice and, of course, resource SMEs in our various areas. In my interest, you know, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of the BRCs are in their constituencies. And I can mention, Mr. Speaker, if you know where these constituencies are, there's one in Sandema, there's one in Bolgatanga, there's one in Chirapa, there's one in Tumu, another one in Sogakope, Pede has one, KJB, Adafwa, Atimpoku, Awutubreku. I can go on and on. Where does all these towns or what these cities fall? These are NDC operated.
You have 1 more minute. Mr. Speaker, to take the seat. And you continue.
I have 5. Okay. So the most important thing is we don't leave anybody out. The President Akufo-Addo, is making sure that he doesn't leave anybody behind. We are carrying all of you along. We have managed that anything that we build in your constituencies for you to benefit. All of you sitting here, I am very sure that some of you even might own 1D1F companies in this. But yes, we are ready to assure Ghanaians that as far as we are concerned, we will bring this economy back to life. We know how to drive, but we don't know how to bring people back to life. And that is what the president has always said. So if you talk about 1D1F, please make sure if you talk about BRCs, make sure you talk properly. If you talk about auto industry, where we have managed to even provide an auto policy, which is going to cover all these companies and ensure that local manufacturing of auto accessories is done here locally. The auto companies or industries are supposed to assess accessories locally. The windscreens, the wipers, the brake pads will be manufactured here in our magazine, will be manufactured here in Akokope. That is what we are talking about. And that is industrialization. What is the NDC's alternative? You do not have any alternative. You cannot provide any. You only are good in, as it were, just complaining or challenging or, giving opposition. Give us concrete directions as to how you think you can change things. We can't find them. And yet you sit here, and when we do the right things, you try to point fingers at us, and you try to hoot at us. But I can assure you that President Akufo-Addo will do this, and he will do it properly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable Member, I was informed that your time was up, but you are in full flight. You were so much in full flight. I just decided to add you a few minutes. Now, we move on to, is it Honorable Yusuf Suleiman? You ready to go on? Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute to the motion numbered 9 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, listening to my chairman, the Trade Committee, I can say on authority that he seems to have a very poor retentive memory. I'm saying this for a reason. In the last year's debate on this same issue of 1D1F, I provided you with a list of 108 factories, and I asked you to challenge me. Nobody from your side, including the Minister of Trade, was able to challenge me. Today, you are saying that the NDC has nothing to show when it comes to 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't waste my time to mention all of them, but I'm going to mention some, and again, I am going to submit a list to them and to challenge them once again to come out. Yes. Mr. Speaker, you have a company called Volta Forest Products Limited. INPO was supported under the NDC administration. You have a company called Freezer Industry Limited. It was supported under the NDC administration. You have a company called Caltech. It was supported under the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, you have a company called Apia Farms Limited. It was supported under the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, it was the NDC that came out. It was the NDC that came out with a stimulus package to support pharmaceutical industries in this country. Indeed, in 2015, when His Excellency, the former president, was here to deliver the State of Nation address, he brought some of the companies here as evidence.
What is the issue?
Of what the NDC has done.
Please, hold on.
So for...
Yes, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving the opportunity, but this is a House of Records. The member, I don't know where he's reading from, whether it is a true record of whatever, I don't know where he's reading, and we don't know what program, which program all these factories were assisted. I think that he is providing us information which is not supported under any laws of this House. And as a House of Records, I want that response from Hansa. Thank you.
So, under what rule have you come? What rule?
I need to refer on that one. But as far as I'm concerned, I know that this is a House of Records, and everything that we provide here must come for proper records.
Please, I gave you the opportunity. I said I couldn't stop you because you were in full flight. When you were in full flight, were you mentioning the names of the companies? No. When I sat, I listened to you. I listened to you whilst I was in the lobby. And you were in full flight, and you said so many things. Now he is trying to rebut and also tell you this, and you are objecting. Please, let's be prepared to listen to each other. Parliament is not a court of law.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I know my chairman is good at certain things and not debates. When it comes to chewing off other things,
Honorable member, withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and I apologize to him. I need it's on record. Mr. Speaker, I want it to be on record that 2 days ago when I was returning from Bole, I made a stop at the Savannah Regional Capital, Damango, where we have a BRC. Unfortunately, there, it was locked down. Nobody in that office. And I challenge you to call the regional minister now. Send people to that office. It's locked up. And you are here talking about BRCs, your records very well. Mr. Speaker, I intend to deal with 1D1F once and for all. In the last year's debate, I provided you with a list, and I tried to appraise the performance of the MPP and the 1D1F, and you scored F. I thought somebody from your side would have challenged me. And here today, nobody has come up to challenge me. Mr. Speaker, I will look at the 1D1F as captured under paragraph 596 to 600, and I also look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, also captured under paragraph 336 to 339. Mr. Speaker, I'm starting with 1D1F, and I have come out with a very simple model to appraise you. Mr. Speaker, for you to industrialize, you have objectives, you have goals. I have taken just 3 objectives of any economy that want to industrialize, and I want to assess you on that. And let's see whether or not you will score even 50%. I doubt it. Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 596, we are told there were 296 companies are at various stages of implementation, and that out of that, 126 are operational, and that these 126 created 160,023 jobs. Mr. Speaker, with all humility, this is not true, and I prove it in a jiffy. It is not true because even though you are combining stimulus package and 1D1F, and I agree with you, when you started, you allowed them to stand separately. You have now combined them, and I agree, because it's only a fool who doesn't change his mind. And I'm going to ensure that we take the two together, and I praise you. And I'm saying that the jobs that you say you have created, 160,823 jobs, cannot be a fact, and I'll prove that. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Trade and Industry was here on the 10th of February 2022 to answer a question that I posted to him. And when I tried to find out the number of jobs created under one specific company called Everpure Holdings Limited, Mr. Speaker, I'm making reference to the Hansard official report, 10 February 2022, column 94, paragraph 4. And with your permission, I want to read the answer that the minister gave to us. Mr. Speaker, in my earlier response, I tried to understand whether the honourable member wanted to know the direct attribution of the support in terms of number of jobs that have been created, and I said that would be a difficult exercise. When I asked the minister to give me attribution, that if you have supported an existing company, you don't go take the total number of employees and say that these are the number of people that you have engaged. No. We want tension effects. If Everpure Limited has 1,000 workers before you get them a stimulus package, and some jobs have been created, you can only attribute that creation of jobs after the intervention to the 1D1F. That is not what you are doing.
That's right.
You go to the company and you support them with a transmitter, and then you go take the total number of staff strength and come to tell us that these are the number of jobs you have created. That is fake. Mr. Speaker, in any case, if we were to look at unemployment in this country, today as we speak, unemployment, let me even give you statistics where I can have evidence. In 2016, unemployment rate was about 5.6%. In 2021, it rose to 13.9%, where we claim to have 126 factories operational, and that jobs created amounts to over 160,000. Yet, unemployment rate is skyrocketing. Right? This cannot be a fact, and I'm putting it to you. Mr. Speaker, I have dealt with the issue of job creation. The second issue I want to look at has to do with import substitution. When you industrialize, one of the most important things you want to do is to reduce the importation of goods that you can produce within your country. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, there is no single product that you can mention to us that as a result of the intervention of 1D1F, we have reduced the volumes of importation of these products. So what are the factories doing? Mention to me one product that you can say that as a result of 1D1F, instead of importing these volumes, it has reduced. When you do that, I clap for you. So when it comes to even the issue of import substitution, you have failed, just as you have failed when it comes to job creation. Mr. Speaker, another very important criteria you want to use to measure whether or not 1D1F is making impact is exports. It's exports. What are the export volumes? And the 1D1F, what have you exported? In order that you are going to get more foreign exchange. If you have done that and done it well, today we won't be suffering from this depreciation that we are looking at. And so this your issue of 1D1F, if you ask me, is a waste of resources. That's right. Mr. Speaker, we sit here to approve exemptions. We even approve exemptions for the importation of raw materials. What a sad situation. When in natural fact, we can encourage our local people to produce same raw materials, but we sit here to give exemptions to companies to import it. How can you create jobs under such circumstances? Mr. Speaker, let me tell them and to offer them some free advice. That my thesis at the Enfield, I try to look at the nexus, the relationship between industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. And the findings indicates that when you do industrialization and do it well, there's a strong relationship between industrialization and job creation, and for that matter, GDP. We are not doing it well, and I want to advise them. When you want to industrialize in an economy like ours, you use what we call the traditional model. What is the traditional model? The traditional model is for you to first of all tackle the raw material base. When you tackle it and you are able to produce enough in a very sustainable manner, you now move from that primary level to industry. So that when you are producing and adding value, because you have been able to produce more raw material, you are able to produce to capacity. And that is where you now engage many hands. Mr. Speaker, talking about indirect jobs, when you strengthen the raw material-based production, you are going to employ so many hands at that level. And that is where you create the indirect jobs. When you come to the factory itself, because you have enough raw material, you are able to produce the capacity, you are able to benefit from what we call economies of scale. And so you can employ more people. When you do that, you create more jobs. Before you move to the service industry, whatever you produce at the production, at the factory level, you now move it to the market, and other people will be selling those things, and then you get other jobs created. We have failed in doing this small model, and that is why we are only wasting money and not creating jobs and not making any impact when it comes to import substitution and when it comes to exports. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Speaker, let me conclude. Let me conclude by talking about the African Continental Free Trade. Mr. Speaker, the Continental Free Trade that we're talking about, which is captured in paragraph 336, a very laudable project. But this government once again has failed us. All I want to say, in summary, is that we are carrying the drum and other people are beating and dancing it and enjoying the drums. We are hosting the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, courtesy John Dramani Mahama. He built that edifice that we are seeing today, where African trade, the Continental Free Trade Area is occupying. That is the work of John Dramani Mahama. Unfortunately, we are there and we are unable to make any good out of it. Mr. Speaker, because there's no time, I want to end it here and call on my colleagues to listen to advice. That is a very laudable project, and it takes two to be able to move and move things well. Knowledge doesn't stay in one person's head. And so when we are talking, you need to listen to us. And so my chairman for this committee, I'll meet you in chambers and I'll give you the stuff so that you are able to do what you need to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable members, we will now listen to, I think, the turn of Honorable Atachia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the space to contribute to the debate on the floor. That this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2013. Honorable Speaker, I want to make an initial observation that truth has a liberating effect. And in order not to also come out as somebody who does not respect the scriptures, given the fact that the Minister for Finance quoted the scripture, let me also quote. Yes, we have started. I'm quoting from a very interesting piece of scripture, the Gospel of John chapter 8 and the verse number 32. That's what the Bible says. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. The inference is strong. That any time you ignore the truth, you are in prison already. That is why I urge on this House that we shouldn't indulge in propaganda when it comes to the economy. Because we need truth as a basis of coming to terms with the economy so we can change the situation we face. There's no denial of the fact that this economy has been bedeviled with two major external forces. There's no dispute about it at all. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war. There is no dispute about it. And this is a sacred fact. We shouldn't run away from this fact. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that by reason of the COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukrainian war, the economy of the entire world have suffered. This is a sacred fact. It has no political colors. It's a fact. And Honorable Speaker, let me quote for the benefit of the House
the statement of the minister in relating to this important matter. This is at paragraph 6. Mr. Speaker, the year 2022 go down as one of the most difficult and eventful years in the economic history of our country, while we continue to deal with the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to significant reduction in our revenues and increased our expenditures enormously. We also had to contend with the Russian-Ukraine war. Right, Mr. Speaker, if people will not believe this statement of fact, I want to read to you what the Chancellor of the British Exchequer, William Hunt, said in relation to this very important matter. And he made a very important statement, Jeremy Hunt, I'm corrected. He made a very important statement to the House of Commons on the 17th day of November 2022. And with your kind permission, I'd like to quote. In the face of unprecedented global headwinds, families, pensioners, businesses, teachers, nurses, and many others are worried about the future. He continued by saying, the Office for Budget Responsibility confirms global factors are the primary cause of current inflation. The undercurrents are sure. Most countries are still dealing with the fallout from a once-in-a-century pandemic. And he also made this observation, very, very important for understanding. The International Monetary Fund expects 1/3 of the world's economy to be in recession this year or next. So the evidence is clear that when we are dealing with external phenomena, which has consequences for every country, we shouldn't wish these factors away for somebody to tell this House that the economy has comatose. I know that is a prayer of a very important member of this House, but that prayer will not be answered. This economy will never comatose. I want to submit. Another, yes, that is a ranking member for Mines and Energy, my good friend, John Jinapo. And then your ranking for Finance also said the economy is very gloomy. And I know God will not answer this prayer. Whatever the circumstances are, we'll come out of this situation. But the truth still remains that the challenges we are facing are exogenous and they are not the making of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. For example, I know as a matter of fact that President Akufo-Addo never imported inflation into the economy. The inflation that we are experiencing have underlying factors, and they are external in nature. Honorable Speaker, let me read paragraph 13 of the budget, just to demonstrate that facts are sacred. We cannot romance the facts in the name of politics. I beg to read. Inflation, which we managed to bring down from 15.4% at the end of 2016 to 7.9% at the end of 2019, and remain in single digits till the pandemic hit in March 2020, is now 40.4%. Minority Leader, please, can I have your attention? Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, it is not President Akufo-Addo who imported inflation into this country. It's so clear. So when President Mahama left us with an inflationary figure of 15.4, 2016, there was no COVID, my brother. And there was no Russia-Ukrainian war. He was in good times, but he was struggling with the economy. to 7.9. Now we are at 40.9. We need to come to terms with these facts, that the facts are sacred. We shouldn't do propaganda with them. It will not advance the cause of this country, and we should love it. Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on a matter which is very good for us. That is energy security. Honorable Speaker, you cannot transform any economy in material terms unless your energy situation is good. But what did we see as a country? Honorable Speaker, we had a situation of the independent power producers taking so much from the economy. And let me quote for the consumption of the House, the amount of money President Akufo-Addo has spent in relation to power supply by these IPPs. Between 2017 to 2020, the government has paid 17.31 billion Ghana cedis to IPPs and fuel suppliers as shortfall in capacity, power payments, and excess capacity. And these IPPs, I mean, they are not drops. We'll have to let the whole world know. AXA, Car Power, Sem Power, Ameri, Sonon Azogli, and Amandi Energy. 17.31 billion Ghana cedis. Yes. Point of order.
Yes, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Energy knows that I respect him a lot. He just asked for my attention, and I'm following him very well. Except that, Mr. Speaker, when he mentioned the 17.1 billion, he then went further to be naming the entities. It's important you give us how much went to each of them for the record. Thank you. Sonia Sogli, how much? You said 17.1, so I'm listening keenly. I need a breakdown of what makes the 17.1 billion. Thank you. Or do so. Thank you.
Some record. And in good time, you can have all the breakdown. But what is very significant is that this paper was delivered to the House, which is the responses to requests for information on vote of censure. I want to table it so that my good brother will look at it and know that we are not joking. Honorable Speaker, the Akufo-Addo economy has shock absorbers. The economy is not wobbly. We could not have contained the situation we had, but for the fact that the fundamentals of the economy were strong. If you paid this huge sums of money to IPPs, the lights have never been off. If you pay regard to some analysis in the budget as to how to keep the lights on, we educated that we need $1 billion United States dollars annually to keep the lights on. Honorable Speaker, this is to tell you that in some few years ago, those who didn't experience COVID and the Russian-Ukrainian war sent us to Dumso. They had left troubles, but they couldn't manage the economy, and were in Dumso. Now, with these troubles notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, the lights are on. The economy of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo are shock absorbers. These are not matters that anybody is trying to invent. These matters are sacred facts, and this House will respect facts. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to paragraph 356 of the budget to demonstrate one reason why we can assert in strong terms that we are better managers of the economy. With your kind permission, I'd like to quote. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to ensure Power is affordable for industrial, commercial, and residential area. Government substantially completed a renegotiation and restructuring exercise of power purchase agreements with 6 operational independent power producers, namely Car Power, Sand Power, Early Power, Twin City Energy, formerly Amandi, AXA Energy, and Senate Energy. And what is very, very important, that it is good management for us to look at the bargains of the previous independent power producers to save this nation a lot of money. And this is rightly captured at paragraph 356 of the budget. This may be found at page 84. Mr. Speaker, the new agreements with the 6 IPPs, when finalized and executed, offer estimated nominal savings of more than $4 billion with a net present value of approximately $3.5 billion over the next 5 years. These savings are expected to accrue from a combination of reduced capacity and energy charges across the IPPs. A total savings of $12 billion is expected when all agreements are finalized and duly executed. This is a better management of the economy.
That is paragraph 358.
358, I'm sorry.
You said 356.
Yes, I read 356 and I'm reading now 358. I'm grateful to Right Honourable Speaker for your mastery over details. So, Right Honourable Speaker, when a government of the day can interfere with previous economic bargains and has a timetable to make savings of $2 billion United States dollars, then the government should continue to run the nation. Because the take and pay, with the greatest of respect, were unconscionable bargains. There's no dispute about it. These are sacred facts, and we shouldn't fight them. You don't fight facts and win. Right now, Honourable Speaker, I want to turn to yet another important issue which we need to pay attention to, which is nuclear energy. Right now, Speaker, this is where the world is going. The world should go nuclear energy because of some undeniable benefits. And I just want to quote 5 of the benefits of nuclear energy, which is the future of the world. 1, it is inexpensive because nuclear power is generally considered to be the safest and the most efficient energy source for generating electricity. This source of power is used to power almost 20% of the world. The benefit number 2, it is environmentally friendly. Nuclear power plants do not produce any significant amount of greenhouse gases or pollutants. This energy source is safer and most cost-effective than fossil fuels, such as coal and gas. It's one of the cleanest and the most inexpensive energy source on earth. It doesn't require too much fuel. It is stable and is completely safe. For this reason, I am excited about the new development that the government is interested in going nuclear. May I, with the greatest of respect, turn to paragraph 653 about the intervention of the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to go nuclear energy because of the future of this country. With your kind permission, I'd like to quote. Mr. Speaker, as part of ongoing phase 2 activities of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program, 1 out of the 4 candidate sites was approved by Cabinet to facilitate the development of the first nuclear power plant. The preferred nuclear technology and its recommended vendors were also approved for further engagement. Right now, Speaker, if we should ever go nuclear, we'll be able to solve major of the energy challenges that we are facing. To conclude, right now, Speaker, The economy is not in a cemetery. The economy is alive and kicking. Greatness is not measured by greatness is measured by how you overcome difficult problems. And I've said somebody never had COVID, but I couldn't put the lights on.
Your time is actually over.
Yes.
But because of the nature of your submissions, that's why I've given you extra 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm grateful.
So let's wind up.
I'm about to end. I thank you for your kind indulgence. 3 minutes is very good. And Speaker, I was saying that. Sorry? Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that the measurement of greatness is always in the problems you solve. And we'll come out of this crisis that we are facing. Honorable Speaker, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo does not intend bequeathing to the children of this great nation this kind of economy. This economy will change. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And we want to say this is a government of overcomers. We are going to overcome the current challenges we face. Let's keep hope alive. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being generous to me. I'm being educated by ministers here that these two shall pass. I'm grateful to you as always.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Dela Soa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy for 2023. Mr. Speaker, I termed it Ehia Yedede budget. And I say so because yesterday as I got home, I saw a very noble lady having an argument with the security at the gate. And what was it about? She was hungry. She needed food to eat. This is the state of Ghana's economy today. Mr. Speaker, and also, my impression about this budget, the budget, everything we say on this side, there's a rebuttal on the other. So I want to give you the opportunity to rebut what I'm going to say again. The budget was empty. It was poorly put together. It contained nothing. Worst of it was its presentation. It was poorly presented. Such a difficult budget should have been presented the way the COVID budget was presented some years ago under this government, where it was eloquently done. It was done in such a way that we didn't feel the pain. But this present budget, people were sleeping in the chamber. We caught many people on the other side fast asleep. People at the coffee shop were more than people who were inside. It was a boring budget, boring presentation. Mr. Speaker, and my chairman has given me the opportunity to also quote scripture. He quoted John, he said, truth. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that truth is universal.
Honorable member, just a minute. The majority leader is up. Yes, any point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the member could continue with her debate. But to say that during the presentation, members on my side were fast asleep. Mr. Speaker, that certainly is inaccurate. If she was asleep, she might have admit to that. But what she's saying is inaccurate. There was nobody on my side who was asleep. If you were asleep, say so. Say so. And don't impute any improper motives to anybody. Mr. Speaker, members sit here. Some, of course, enter into some state of meditation. Some, of course, enter into a state of meditation. You cannot say somebody meditating is asleep. Mr. Speaker, if she was asleep, she must say so. But I kept cross-checking from my own ranks. Nobody, absolutely nobody, was sleeping or asleep.
Honorable member, do you have evidence that anybody on the other side was asleep during the presentation?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have some pictures to prove that some members were either sleeping or they were meditating.
They were not sleeping, they were meditating. So now you have adopted the terminology used by the majority leader that they may be meditating, not sleeping.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, they probably were meditating.
All right,
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee talked about truth. And sincerely, truth is not the preserve of any one party. Truth is universal. Whatever truth applies to the MPP, it applies to the NDC. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, then Alhaji Bawumia tweeted, and I read, it says, NDC has resorted to increasing taxes under economic difficulties they created. He said, an MPP government will do differently. What do we see? If you comb through the budget page by page, there are at least 23 new taxes. Mr. Speaker, and this government has been blessed more than any other government. Government projected revenue from oil around 600 million. But if I look at the budget statement, 159, the revenue was in excess of 1 billion. At today's exchange rate, that is 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, why can't they cushion the poor with the excess in revenue? Why are people still going house to house looking for what to eat? Just food to eat. Mr. Speaker, and the war says a barrel of oil in January sold at $86 a barrel. At the time, our fuel price was 6.5 cedis per liter. Oil per barrel now is still $86, but our liter price now is 3 times. Mr. Speaker, it has brought untold hardships to the people of Ghana. Women, they're suffering. Ordinary workers can't make ends meet. People are really suffering. Instead of reducing the price of the petroleum products, since you have benefited largely from the windfall, this government chooses to pass on the taxes to the ordinary Ghanaian to the extent that VAT is seeing an increase of 2.5%. This is very sad in our history. And this clearly shows the insensitivity of the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government. When they said, to show you are sensitive, when you have excess revenue, remove the taxes. It's their turn now. They have excess revenue, and what do? They pile on the taxes. And they say they are better managers of this economy. Let me announce that the NDC is ready, government in waiting. And when we take over power, you see the difference. We bequeathed you 3 oil fields. In 6 years, you haven't added one. The revenue you are making from the 3 we bequeathed you is much more than you expected. And yet, you don't pass that on to the suffering masses. Ghanaians are really, really, really suffering. Mr. Speaker, my ranking talked about the energy security. Mr. Speaker, he said that they are going to do negotiations. My chairman, sorry, chairman, sorry I My incoming ranking, I should have said that way. Mr. Speaker, energy security, you said you are going to negotiate with power producers. Let me call his attention that Aska Energy, the contract is done. There's no more a contract with Aska Energy. Why do you renegotiate a contract that has expired, that is finished?
Incompetence.
This is gross incompetence. This is a government that can't make, that doesn't know what it's doing. Mr. Speaker, ECG, since you came to power, you've only added 1% to the electrical expansion yearly. Under the John Mahama administration, we're adding 4% per year. And you know what? There are some of the expansions you have done, like the one in Debi Africa, completed 2 years ago. There's still no power in it. How can you count it? Probably if you had powered it, you could have said you have 1.01% added to the electrical generation. But we are at 1% after 6 years. And you call yourself competent. It's very, very sad. Truth is universal. It applies to anybody. Truth is not one-sided. It doesn't only apply to MPP. My chairman also talked about nuclear energy. It's very sad. Go through all the previous budgets. You find nuclear energy, cylinder recirculation model. Every budget they appear. It's all words. Words. Where is the action? Nuclear. If you are taking action, maybe by now would have been enjoying the things you are saying. But it appears in every budget. We are going to do nuclear. It appears in every budget. Cylinder recirculation model. And yet, nothing happens. Words, words, words. Ghanaians are fed up with words. Ghanaians want action. The kind of action that President Mills did and brought Atuabo within 4 years of his tenure. That's the kind of thing we want. That electricity was moved from 50-something% to 86%. That's the kind of thing we need.
Honorable Member, just a minute. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I have to attend to another commitment. You may go on now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we have enough of words. We need action. Taking this government, this country from where we are, is not mere words and slogans. I've even created one slogan now. Eka Pedede. Slogans are cheap. Okay, I borrowed it from my leader. Eka Pedede. Okay, my own is Eka Pedede. Because when you are poor, you can't help but make dede.
You need to make dede.
Mr. Speaker, it means that when you are poor, you make noise. That's the meaning of it. When you are poor, you make noise.
A hungry man is an angry man.
A hungry man will make noise. As I saw at my gate yesterday, making noise, decent lady, just for something to eat. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious situation. We are always doing politics with these things. No wonder I heard a slogan from my colleagues on the other side that Ken must go. You also saw that it's serious, but you don't want to admit it now. We shouldn't be playing politics with these things. If it's not good, it's not good. What is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. Truth is universal. Truth is the same. It's one. If Ken is not good, he's not good. Don't come and polish the things here. When he was talking, we were all dozing.
Honorable Member, unfortunately your time is up. You should begin to descend.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I was looking at my time. I thought I had 3 minutes more. But to conclude, I really want to say that this budget is empty. It's poorly put together. The delivery was poor. I remember when my good friend presented the budget some time ago, the delivery was eloquent. It was a difficult budget, but it made it easy to bear. This one was difficult. Mr. Speaker, on this note, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
But it's a fact.
I think there was a mix-up. The Honorable could be ought to have followed.
It's a fact.
Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. So you can go back, let him do it, and then we'll come back to Honorable Peter.
Well. Honorable Member for Asante Achim North, you may take your turn now.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this budget debate and the economic policy of the country. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I want to correct some information negatively provided to the House. This is the House of Record, so I want to correct my good friend who spoke on trade for the last time. And he said that the African Free Trade Agreement was signed by the NDC government under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, that is palpably false. Mr. Speaker, the agreement was signed in March 21, 2018. Mr. Speaker, it was to have effect on May 30th, 2019.
Honorable Yusuf, you've not caught my eye. You sit down first.
Mr. Speaker, the agreement was signed by 44 of the 55 member states of
Honorable Appiah, hold on. Yes, Honorable Yusuf, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, he's putting words in my mouth. I never said that the NDC administration signed it. I never said that. I said that the edifice, the building that they are occupying now, was built by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So open your ears. Why do you have to lie on me? You are a nice person. We all know that. Very truthful person. Why do you want to go this way? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for correcting yourself. That is a building that was there before the NDC administration. It is just a building that has been converted into use by the African Free Trade Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, and to provide him with the correct information, this agreement was signed in March, 21st of March 2018. The effective date is May 30th, 2019, and was signed by 44 members of the 55 member states of Africa. It was ratified by 22 states. The Secretariat was commissioned to begin work in January 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat was handed to the chairperson of the commission called Musa Faki Mahamat on the 17th of August 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is entirely within the administration of NPP and Nana Akufo-Addo. And NDC never had any dream of hosting anything of the sort, let alone signing the agreement. So this is precisely an initiative nurtured, harbored, and delivered under President Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, I touched on the 1D, 1F, and my good friend said that it has been a monumental failure. I don't understand what he means by that. But he makes reference to some of the factories that has been developed under the Nana Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct an impression carried by my good friend over time. The 1D1F program is private sector arrangement, and that we as members of parliament, we have to carry the charge of leading our communities into developing such factories. I'm sure that my good friends are waiting for government to plant factories in the various constituencies. That is not the expectation of the program. The expectation of the program is for us to lead as members, leading members of the community, mobilize our people, identify the raw materials, and then develop a concept around those raw materials and build a factory. Mr. Speaker, if we continue to wait for government to plant factories in all the constituencies or districts, you will wait in vain. So I charge my colleagues that develop your own industrial programs and solicit assistance from the Ministry of Trade, and then you can have a factory for your district. I don't want you to continue to wait in expectation that the government is coming to build factories for you. Mr. Speaker, we have provided you with a schedule of employment generated under the one district, one factory. We are not saying that there is no unemployment in Ghana. And indeed, when your own research work relates to unemployment and employment generation without also referring to population growth, you cannot come out with a correct appreciation of unemployment or employment rates in the country. So your research was benefit of the other leg of population growth to be able to come out with a definitive figure of employment rate in the country or unemployment rate in the country. Mr. Speaker, we want to go to the industrial development. Recently, we have commissioned the Tema and Pakadan railway line. Mr. Speaker, we have already an ongoing industrial park in Tema, which I had opportunity of participating in its creation. Mr. Speaker, if you consider the cost of transportation of finished industrial goods from, say, Pakadan to Tema Port, you will see that the cost is cheaper and it comes faster and it's easier to transport to the Tema Port using the Pakadan rail, even in comparison with transportation from the industrial park in Tema. And therefore, the railway line provides us with the opportunity to develop various industrial parks along the line, which makes it more economical to locate along the railway line to Pakadan. All this has happened under the MPP administration, under President Nana Akufo-Addo. So, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity has been created for all of us to think of going into enclave development, which will prepare the facilities for industries to locate therein. Mr. Speaker, let's go back to 1D1F. What we need to do as members of this House probably is to help your communities identify the raw materials that your community have comparative and competitive advantage in producing, so that it will form the base for your development of the particular factory that you want in your constituency. Mr. Speaker, it is also for us to create the necessary partnerships with industry players who probably have the financial resources to want to go into industry. So, Mr. Speaker, when we have taken advantage of the internal markets within the country and the markets as created outside the country, then we can see the import and effect of the 1G1F program. In my own constituency, and we were saying that you don't have any 1D1F. In my own constituency, Asante Achimbo, and in Agugo, to be specific, we have a factory that is processing plantain. Myself, I'm a plantain farmer, so I discharge plantain to the factory, and it is onwardly exported to Canada with collaboration with CISIRS, Council for Industrial and Scientific Research. We have generated a market in Canada, and our produce coming from Agugo is destined to go to the Canadian market. So if you don't have it in your constituency, it's just that you have not been able to identify the potential that your constituency has, and you have not taken advantage of the opportunities that the ministry presents. Mr. Speaker, within the various districts, we have second cycle institutions that are ready markets for the produce that come from the one district, one factory. The dough that we produce in Agugu, we are serving the secondary schools in the area. The plantain that we plant in Agugu, we are serving the secondary schools. So the market is there. Under the free trade, African free trade regime, the whole of Africa is available to us. And even before the African free trade regime, we had the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme that also opened the whole of ECOWAS to produce coming from Ghana. And for which reason we have provided with the sub-regional market, the regional market, and the international market. Mr. Speaker, the free zones this year alone created 35 new enterprises. 35 new enterprises. And we are saying that the free zones program this year generated $1.3 billion in terms of exports. And out of this, Mr. Speaker, we have created 31,745 direct employment and indirect employment of 512,000 and more. Mr. Speaker, this tells you that we have had impact of the program 1D1F and also the free zone program. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the expectation of the ministry is to create new strategic enclaves that international companies will locate. That is not also to forget that in Ghana now, we have 5 international companies in automobile, and they are assembling various brands of automobile and selling in Ghana and also targeting the West African market.
Thank you, Honorable Apekubi. Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
We now turn to Honorable Bedzidin.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, let me briefly visit e-levy. E-levy, the introduction of e-levy. Right Honorable Speaker, I raised this matter at home and I did not get the appropriate response. So I have to raise it today. You will recall that under the 2022 budget, we fought over e-levy. And this was about the rate. At that time, the rate was 1.5%. And we fought over it. There was a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis meant to alleviate the poor. This time round, the budget has come back with 1%. as its proposal. We are yet to arrive at a decision as to whether we can accept 1% or not. But strangely enough, the threshold of 100 cedis per day introduced under the 2022 budget has been completely removed. I have difficulty in understanding the policy justification for that removal. I say so because under this budget, under paragraph 19, at page 4, and if I may quote, Mr. Speaker, the budget is therefore anchored on a 7-point agenda aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability and accelerating our economic transformation as articulated in the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth. These comprise an agenda to, and I'm concerned about that aspect, that is, protect the poor and the vulnerable. This is a very important pillar under this particular budget, to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the reason given in 2020 under the 2022 budget for the introduction of the threshold of 100 cedis was to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? We don't have poor people in Ghana again. We don't have the vulnerable people in Ghana again. And so what is the reason for having to drop, or for that matter, to remove the threshold of 100 Ghana cedis? I find it very difficult to reconcile the two positions. You want to protect the poor, and yet you are exposing the poor to the payment of tax and the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, when I went home yesterday and I arrived home, fortunately for me, somebody had come to look for me, and that was a Kaya person. And the Kaya person had come to seek some support from me. And this little girl asked me, "Oh, Honorable, so you people are going to ask us to pay e-levy for the little money that we transfer home?" And I said, "What is the meaning of that?" She said, "Oh, from her little earnings, every day she sends home 50 cedis on the base of e-levy, and she wasn't paying any tax. Now we are asking her to pay tax." So I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. We'll work at it." That is the pain that we are inflicting on the poor. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, we have agreed that we are paying LEAP. We are paying LEAP to the poor and the vulnerable, and we pay them in cash. So when we pay the recipients of LEAP in cash, and they go to do any transaction under the e-levy, they have to pay tax. They have to pay tax. I don't think so. So, Mr. Speaker, my view is that whatever rate that we impose in terms of e-levy, the threshold should either remain or we can enhance it to 200. If we cannot enhance it to 200, it should remain, but it should not be removed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm done with the e-levy. Let me move to roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, before I make my statement on the roads, I'd like to correct an impression which was created by the Vice Chairman of the Roads and Transport Committee. Indeed, the ranking had made a statement to the effect that the government is planning to reintroduce Road 2. And the Vice Chairman got up to dispute it. I believe he's around. Let me draw his attention to paragraph 462 of the budget statement. And with your permission, right, Honorable Speaker, I'll read. Mr. Speaker, toll charges on public roads were removed as part of supportive policy measures under the 2022 budget statement and economic policy of government. The fiscal policy measures to underpin the 2023 budget for consideration and approval by Parliament include reintroduction of tolls on selected public roads and highways with a renewed focus on leveraging technology in the collection to address the inefficiencies characterized by the previous toll collection regime. Mr. Speaker, government is reintroducing the toll, but of course, under different conditions. They are going to introduce technology in order to correct the inefficiencies. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted to say so, I just visited Argentina. And when I went there with a member from the other side, Honorable Dr. Frida Prempe. And what we saw in Argentina in terms of tolling, it was amazing. It was amazing. With complete efficiency. And the collections were going on. So we can benefit from toll collection depending on what technology we deploy in the collection of tolls. And so it should not be discounted at all. Now my main issue on the roads. Mr. Speaker, let me make this point by first appealing to government to endeavor to spread development in the country in an equitable manner, particularly road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'm fortified in this direction by the provision in the 1992 Constitution under Article 36(2)(d) of the Constitution. And with your permission, if I may read. The state shall, in particular, take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy, whose underlying principles shall include, and I read D for emphasis, undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, blah, 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 blah. Right, Honorable Speaker, when I make this statement, I want to get down and deal with my region in particular, Upper West region. Until the creation of the 6 new regions, the Upper West region, for a very long time, was the only region without tarred roads. Upper West region was the only region without tarred roads. And we started having tarred roads only under the NDC regime, that is from 1993. The situation has not improved much. And so we still remain a deprived region. We still remain a deprived region. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that in the current budget, not much provision has been made in terms of road infrastructure in the Upper West region. And, for instance, if you go to page, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, under the 2020 budget.
Then you should begin to wind up. Your time is already up.
Mr. Speaker, under the 2022 budget, at pages 176 and 177, the ministry listed some roads that they intended to upgrade. And these roads included the Gan-Wuchao road. Mr. Speaker, nothing has been done about that road. And under this budget, it has not featured at all. But it is an important road. And I think that it's a matter that concerns me very well. And I think that it should be done in order to reduce the pressure on the people of Wa West. Again, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 714 of the budget, the ministry has also listed some projects as pipeline projects at various stages of preparation. Various stages of preparation. Mr. Speaker, they have listed the Declare Bridge, which is in the Laura constituency, as one of such projects, which is at the preparatory stage. Mr. Speaker, this is a bridge whose sword was cut in 2020 November by no other person than the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And in cutting the sword, he said that the project was supposed to be completed within 24 months. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, nothing has happened. And we are in November. So 24 months have passed and nothing has happened.
Very well. Honorable Member, you've already gone 2 minutes past your time.
Mr. Speaker, if I can conclude. The people of Laura are eager to see the completion of the Dikpe Bridge. And so I will plead with government to initiate the processes for the commencement of works on the Dikpe Bridge and eventually for the completion of the Dikpe Bridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me audience.
Thank you very much. I will now descend to Adanse and call Honorable Katie Amon to also take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, before I do, let me take just about a couple of seconds to pay tribute to the nurses of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, some of us don't particularly worry about the general arts or general history or general geography or general mathematics. What the good people of Ghana are interested in, particularly what this House is interested in, is what the good nurses of Ghana, do to ensure that we have a good hospital administration, we have a health care facility, worthy of the name, that looks after the welfare of all of us. Nurses of Ghana, we congratulate you, we wish you well, and continue to do your job in particularly difficult circumstances that we do all do. But we congratulate you and we wish you well. Mr. Speaker, there is a political principle which in one word is described as triangulation. I'm sure they are looking at me as usual. They haven't heard about it before, but that's their headache. Triangulation. What it means is the opportunistic juxtaposition of events for situational advantage.
Yes. Yes.
They should be learning. They should be learning. Maybe they've learned and they have obtained their masters and PhDs in that theory. And did you learn from it or you didn't? Look at, even though I may have used it, they haven't learned anything at all from it. Look at, what is the point in taking advantage of certain situations for your own political good when you damn well know, Mr. Speaker, the factual metrics of the case? Mr. Speaker, when this debate started, you had the honorable member from Ajumaku describing the budget, Mr. Speaker, in so many unprintable ways. One of them was Kofi Ekowu. Now, I didn't quite understand it. I mean, the kind of people that he referred to are already at home. So where do they go to die? They die where they are, or they move somewhere and come back to die. It wasn't quite comprehensible. But that is what he described the budget as, and a few other words. Mr. Speaker, I don't particularly take lessons. Indeed, in economic management or in development of a country from a party which has distinguished itself as being very hopeless in the management of the economy of this country.
Any time that this party opposite is taking the reins of government, Mr. Speaker, we have known what has happened. So it is pretty rich to get them, Mr. Speaker, to hector us, to lecture us, to patronize us in the way they have chosen to do in terms of this particular budget. Mr. Speaker, we should be asking them, Mr. Speaker, what is the reason why we are in this mess to start with? They should be answering very critical questions. It's not that so important that all you feel you should be able to do is to take advantage of the situation for political advantage. Mr. Speaker, the point has been raised here. When the MPP inherited the reins of government, a figure has been bandied about. Everybody knows it. IPPs. So if you start with a straight headwind figure of the Speaker at 17.5 billion cities, how do you make progress? You deserve a little bit of tailwind. The tailwind has not been supplied. Yes. How do you do it? Mr. Speaker, I don't know. When I make this argument, I kind of want to retreat a little bit because I'm not so sure whether this House also has a role to play in this. We have the IPPs, the many that have been mentioned, about 7 or so of them. I reckon almost all of them, or quite a few of them, were brought to this House. Did we really critically look at the figures that were presented with? Take or pay. And when the issue came out, I think the honorable minority that was asking that if it wasn't he must have been one of them, asked the question, well, if we were or they were in the position of the IPPs, what would they be doing? Well, you slaughter the country? They wanted the figures. I've checked the figures. How much was the honorable minority leader is not here. I've checked the figures. The 17.5 billion we're talking about 10 billion, about 5 billion, the figure were paid to the 3 top ones, AXA, Kapa, and then the other one. What is the name of the other one? I'm trying to get into my thing. It's not coming through. No, Mary's case is a peculiar one. Yeah, I've got it. It's come up. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, the figures are like this. Well, like this. Would you? I'm going to go on, but I was going to ask him to calm down. The actual capacity of this were paid 347 million to AXA, 359 million to Kapa, 231 million to SunPower. Mr. Speaker, these are not cities. These are dollars. And a few more. Mr. Speaker, I've left the other bit in there. The total has been indicated, you've been told, is 17.5, 17.1. What's the figure? 17.31 billion. Would you hold your breath? You would have the opportunity to explain things for yourself. He wants to take me on the point of order. I'm quite happy to give way, Mr. Speaker. He can.
Well, let's hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, KT has just banded some figures around. He mentioned 380 something, 350 something, and 280 something. The 3 figures he mentioned don't add up to 17.5 billion. So, if he is mentioning 17.5, he must adequately break it down for us if he so wishes. But he can't mention 3 figures, 300 something, 280 something, and say it's 17.5 House of Records. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, because we don't particularly have the whole time to ourselves, you try to summarize. I mean, if Mr. Speaker gives me the opportunity, we don't come here and simply, he says, bandy, KT never bandy figures around. I got the figures. Mr. Speaker, let me, with your permission, let me just read this.
The figures are this. Out of the 17.31 billion paid, an amount of 10 billion was paid to power producers in relation to shortfall in capacity payments. Shortfall in capacity payments. Mr. Speaker, which is shortfall, which is about 5.2 billion or $937.50 million, and excess capacity, which is, you asking me source, I'll give you the source, which is 4.99 billion, with a remaining amount of 7.31 billion being payments to fuel supplies, gas supplies, and LCO and HFO supplies for the period. The excess, and then it goes on. Because you see, they have a particularly difficult situation. And this is why I was wondering whether they will be charitable and they would not hector.
Honorable member, you get opportunity to.
This is the. Have you? Is he on a point of order, Mr. Speaker? I'm prepared to give him the grant if he's on point of order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Katie Amon is giving us a cocktail. You're talking about 17.5. You talk about excess capacity. Now you are talking about fuel. How can excess capacity be the same payment as fuel? How can Katie? Please, you are a senior member of this House.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, these matters are slightly technical, so he needs a little bit. It needs a little bit of comprehension to quite assimilate what we're talking about. One, the ministry and the government has continuously been telling about the 17.31 billion they are talking about. Mr. Speaker, it is a question that relates to excess capacity, the spare capacity, and when we talk about those figures, they do not go alone. They go with fuel. Electricity is produced in this country, Mr. Speaker, not with the machines alone, but with the fuel. And I've underlined the specific items of fuel that went into the production of electricity, that on the back of the installed capacity, which is the afford which we are talking about. Honorable member from Ododo, this is not straight away mathematics on the back of an envelope. This is a little bit technical, so calm down and let me.
Honorable, your time is almost up, but I will add up the interruptions to you. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who these days has been very punctual and always in the chamber. There must be a reason, I don't know. Say something that I think that we should not allow to go. That this is technical. So technical that members of parliament cannot understand. No. You said it is technical, it's not everybody who will understand. If it is technical, then you don't even need to say it if you know that the honorable member will not understand because it is technical. So please, make your point. Don't say that because it's technical, the member will not understand. You were here in this chamber when all these agreements came here, and we all voted for it. I was here. I said all of us. I didn't say you were here when the agreement came. We all voted for it. So please, if you are giving the management of the economy to you and you can't manage it, don't attribute that your mismanagement, the incompetence to somebody's action. Please, you are given the power to manage, and you have paid a 17.something billion, which you cannot even give us a breakdown. Don't attribute it to somebody's action or whatever. So please,
honorable leader, honorable Dudu.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this house is a house of records. The member of parliament for Tamale North, Alasan Suyini, asked the Minister of Finance to tell the whole nation how much the government has paid on excess capacity. In this house, the Minister of Finance came to stand here. I think I can still feel the scent of him here. And said that 936 billion. So how come that today you are mentioning 17.5 billion. Which budget? Which budget? 985 million cannot be 17.5 million.
You've made your point. Points of order is noted. So, Honorable Katie Hammond, your time is up, but
thank you.
Due to the interruptions, I will add up 2 minutes to you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't actually finish my mainstream of it. So that one will go on top of, the two would go on top of what was left. Mr. Speaker, it's really a little confusing when you don't particularly comprehend the subject. And he said that I said the whole house. I didn't say the whole house. I didn't assume that my colleague did not understand it. I thought everybody understood. Mr. Speaker, the issues are, I could simply say that our rhetoric, that they are technical. Because how else could you be saying that we talked about capacity and now we're talking about fuel? When the two go hand in glove. The 950 something he's talking about, Mr. Speaker, was explained. Again, he probably didn't get it. I mean, it's a little difficult, but I wouldn't want to belabor it. Mr. Speaker, I come back to the main issue that I have been discussing, that I would have thought that in the circumstances of the situation, the party opposite would be a little charitable with this government, knowing very well that this government is always very good at market administration and the running of the state, of the economic state of affairs. Mr. Speaker, what they have not particularly been reading, the budget is a very big document. They went to Ho, I wasn't there at Ho, but they went there and I thought they went to read this document. But very basic perusal, Mr. Speaker, page 7, very first page, from paragraph 25, Mr. Speaker, to paragraph 29. You should have put all this argument to rest. Ghana is not an island entirely on its own. We constitute a microscopic part of a big universe. As Mr. Speaker, if you have the international world, you have the IMF, you have all of them, Mr. Speaker, speaking to global economic situations, difficulties in the world, I find it ridiculous that the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, will be castigating this government, Mr. Speaker, for the work that it did previously and for the difficulties the whole world is in. Mr. Speaker, I see that you are calling my 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you are not checking your time.
2 minutes is up.
One last minute. Senior prefect. One last minute. Senior prefect. You see, he's calling on the. This is what. Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member quoted figures, and he said that the figures are in the budget document. So I took my budget document and I went to page 187, appendix 2C, where 2022 revised budget, the program first to third quarter, provisional expenditure first to third quarter, and projected for first to fourth quarter. When I look at what is referring to in terms of energy sector payment shortfall, the total amount paid so far is 3.277 billion. It's quoting 17.31. What has been projected to pay for the entire year will be 4.122 billion. Can the member confirm this or support his argument with the 17.31 billion? You can pick it from the budget. That is what the minister reported on, having been paid and projected to pay. Total 4.122 billion. Thank you.
Honourable Katie, can you reconcile?
Mr. Speaker, I tend to ignore all of that and complete my submissions. Mr. Speaker, page 7 of the budget document. Look, if you look at
Honourable Katie, can you reconcile what?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what he was looking at. The Minister of Finance was asked to produce the figure, and the figures were written. I haven't quoted you any paragraph from the budget. I haven't quoted a paragraph from there. The Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker, they should be serious and concentrate. The figures we have here are those printed boldly under the signature of Minister of Finance on the Ministry of Finance's letterhead. Mr. Speaker, printed boldly. You see, Mr. Speaker, when dry bones are mentioned in the afternoon, all ladies are completely uneasy. Completely uneasy. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that they find it extremely uncomfortable that in the end they have become the albatross. Their administration has become the albatross hanging around the government of Adanko Akufo-Addo. They simply can't handle it. They can't accept the figure that the 17.31 billion, Mr. Speaker, is the result of your hopelessness.
I think we've had enough.
Are we done?
Yes, we are done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But, Mr. Speaker, we should not, Mr. Speaker, let us not allow this thing to continue. We are debating the budget document. You are quoting different documents which were not part of the budget. That is what you are doing. That is why you could not even provide evidence of the figure you are quoting. Why should we allow that thing to happen? Mr. Speaker, I have quoted the figures in the budget for you. Page 187. No. If we allow this to happen, then we are not actually behaving as adults here.
Honorable leader, well noted. Well noted. We will now come to Honorable Richard Jan. Honorable Richard Jan. Yes, you have the floor now.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion number 9 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, we are presented with a budget which seeks to meet a constitutional imperative, but does not seek to address the challenges facing us as Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, ironically, if we look at the 2023 budget that is presented, it gears up with lamentation and then moves to wishes and lands on nothing. I say so because if we look typically at the economy now, a sector of this economy that is the energy sector, it is bruised, and we are looking forward to a budget that will heal the bruise and also help the ordinary Ghanaian come out of the challenges that we are currently facing. Mr. Speaker, prices of everything that we have in this country, from goods and services, even to the food we eat, have all increased. And most of it we attribute to increases in prices of petroleum products. But we ask ourselves, by the grace of God, Ghana is an importer of crude oil, and for that matter, petroleum products. We also import the refined products for our domestic use and for commercial purposes. The question is, if the prices in our local market is going up, what has government done? And in the budget, what has government intend to do to resolve this problem? It is, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it is clear and is undoubted that the revenue from our crude oil production has increased. If you look at page 10, table 3, where global prices trend of Ghana's top export commodities, we have 3 commodities that is stated. These commodities, that is gold, cocoa beans, and crude oil. You can see that from the years from the table 2017 to 2022, for crude oil in 2017, we had 54.39 USD per barrel. This year, that is 2020 projection, we have $100 per barrel. In our budget for 2022, crude oil was pegged at around $60 per barrel.
we have made a lot of gains and windfall. And the ordinary Ghanaian is expecting that this windfall could have been used to cushion the prices in the market so that the ordinary Ghanaian's burdens will be lessened. But we didn't see it that way. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it is stated that the Bank of Ghana will continually issue a special forex.
Honourable member, hold on. Yes, member for English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, they keep making this point of windfall without taking notice of the fact that Ghana is not a net exporter of crude. They should get it. So saying that we made a windfall because we projected $60 per barrel and it was sold for $100 per barrel, I think it's an unfortunate comment that they should check how much we imported at what price before they talk about the windfall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, honourable member, try and reconcile.
I believe that my colleague just wanted to interject me, but doesn't seek to make any strong case in this. It is known, Mr. Speaker, that the prices in the international markets, even this year, the worst that we have experienced is currently what we have, and that's about $84 per barrel. And we have continuously made a gain because in our budget we estimated around $60. So if you make excesses, this is what we are calling the windfall gain. Because whatever you have projected, if you make more than that, you have made excesses. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the international market price, what we budgeted the amount that we budgeted, it dropped below, the international price dropped below the budgeted amount. That is why we had something like the special petroleum taxes, which was introduced in November 2014. This time round, we are having prices in the international markets much more higher than what we budgeted. And that is why we are asking that, and what we are also saying that even in doing the projection up to 2023, government is even still projecting out to $92 per barrel. So it is a known fact. Mr. Speaker, if I move on, I was talking about the Bank of Ghana and how they can cushion the bulk oil distributors or the BDCs. We are told the Bank of Ghana is going to make a special arrangement for forex auction institutions. But the question is that currently the Bank of Ghana is doing sale. But this amount that is required by the bulk oil distributors, that is almost about $400 million in a window.
Honourable Jan, hold on a bit. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the colleague who is on the floor is alluding to something that is incorrect. It's factually incorrect. When we talk about windfall, is the net between the export and the import. Mr. Speaker, this point has been made on the floor and I challenged it. Honourable John Dina, when he said that Ghana is a net exporter of crude oil. If that is true, then certainly we can be talking about a windfall. But, Mr. Speaker, we are a net importer of fuel. Oh, Mr. Speaker, that indeed is the truth. Because, Mr. Speaker, the current production levels in Ghana now is in the region of about 150,000 barrels. Current, 150,000 barrels. That's the average. As we speak now, today, it's even lower. But let's average 150,000 barrels a day. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's share in that is a third. That gives us about 50,000 barrels a day. But the daily consumption is 120,000 barrels. So whoever is talking about windfall, I don't know where they are getting this from. It's totally untrue, and Can I yield? Let me yield and come up. Because you're a former minister for.
I think, respected majority leader, I think the point about windfall, Mr. Speaker, we are talking in terms of how much money we are expecting on an annual basis. We say that this year, crude prices is projected to be $60. So this is the target. We are going to calculate $60 and get about 500,000. Crude prices goes up and it becomes about $95. We are saying that that projection we did has increased. So that amount of 35 is that windfall profit that we want to get. That's what it is.
Honorable former minister, may I get your take on the net import and the net export aspect? Can I get that in?
Mr. Speaker,
Leader, let me hear him.
If you look at how much imports you get into the country, and you just oppose that with the exports you make from your own country. You have to look at those quantities. It depends on an annual basis what you are producing and what you are actually importing and exporting. So that's what you have to look at. Well, I can't stand here. The demand for crude prices has gone up this year. So, for example, I can tell you today that this year's demand, what we imported, is the same as last year. So it depends on the annual basis. But I'm saying to you that when the man is talking about windfall profit, he is talking about that amount of money that was never projected that we have got.
Yes, leader.
Yes, Speaker. The issue is in the same product. We produce some and consume some. Now, if you consume more than what you produce, what does it mean? We talk about windfall profits. Where is it coming from? Where is it coming from? What does he know about this? What does he know about this? Let's look at, we're talking about production levels of crude. And if you limit yourself to production levels, you will say that yes, we had much more from the production level that the exports, the export price, than indeed we project for. That is true. But we consume the same product. You consume the same product. And you don't want to net it out. And you're talking about windfall profits.
You are coming to rescue us? Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is misleading this House. Of course. When we talk about the government getting a windfall, it is about government's revenue. Government does not import the oil for Total. Government does not import that oil for Nagame. So you cannot be talking about net importer. No. Because those are imported by private individuals who pay for it. Government doesn't pay for it. But the government's revenue will projected here. Because prices have gone up. You are earning more. So how are you bringing in net import and export? So, Mr. Speaker, there's a windfall which is different from what the downstream people are importing, who are individuals. And government doesn't give them money to import. So this idea of net import doesn't come in at all. We are looking at what government projected and what government got. And we are saying government got more than it projected. How does that have to do with how much oil imported or Total or Petrosol imported their fuel? There are two different things, Mr. Speaker. He is misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, let anybody who is listening to us know who is misleading or who doesn't even understand what he's saying. Whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, yes, it is individuals who import the product. When they finish and they are importing, what do they use? Do they use this? Do they use this? Do they use this to import? What am I saying? Mr. Speaker, see, so he doesn't even understand what he's saying. And that's why I'm talking about the net usage of the product. You can't even understand this. We are talking about expenditure and revenue. you see, you go and mislead your caucus, and then they come and talk about what they don't know.
Personally, I'm interested in this because.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, no, he has called me. He has called me. Okay, sit down.
Yes, leader, let me.
I think that my friend, why? Mr. Speaker, I think that Mr. Speaker, we are missing two terminologies. That is why we are not getting it. If you say you are net importer or exporter, it's a different thing. You're talking about what you are exporting and what you are importing, the difference. My friend, wait, I'm coming there. You are an elderly person. Keep quiet. Well, I'm on the floor. I am on the floor. I'm not on the floor. Mr. Speaker, if he can explain better, he should wait. Let me finish. Then he can explain. He should not interject. No. He should respect himself. Mr. Speaker, if I'm importing and at the same time exporting, the difference will make me either a net exporter or net importer. Now we are importing more than we are exporting. So we cannot say that we are net exporters. That is a different thing altogether. But when we talk about windfall, if I budgeted to sell a quantity of goods at a certain price, let's say $100 per barrel, but the price favors me, it becomes $120 per barrel. The difference of the 20 is a windfall. It's a windfall. You don't link it with whether you are net exporter or net importer. No. That is the difference between the two. Simple.
Honorable Katie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you now have an ample exhibition of what I meant by the technicality of the subject. I think, Mr. Speaker, you have to move on because if it is this technical, we're not going to make any headway. So, Mr. Speaker, move on and then let's take some other.
Very well. So, honorable member for.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'll say I'm surprised.
Your constituency is.
I am Honorable Richard John Mensah, Gumwa West.
Yes, you may continue. You've already covered 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, they almost took almost all the time.
Come
and
again.
I'll say, Mr. Speaker, I never said a net exporter. I only talked about windfall. So
move on.
That is what I never talked about net exporter.
Move on.
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the Bank of Ghana and in the budget what is stated, making available the forex for the bulk oil distributors. And this is not new. As we speak now, the Bank of Ghana is reported to be giving Ocean forex to the BDCs. But these are thoughts. They need almost about $400 million every window or in a month. The Bank of Ghana is not able to even provide them even 25% of it in a month. So if we are going to continue in this same manner, I don't think we are going to resolve the issue. And that is what the budget is stating. So I think that the Minister of Finance have to come very clear and let us be aware how much they are going to provide the BDCs every pricing window or in a month. Mr. Speaker, I want to also bring to attention that there is a saying that we should give credit to whoever credit is due. In the budget, it is refreshing to hear that they are mentioning the TEN, the Jubilee, the Sankofa, and the Atuabo plants, which is contributing to revenue generation for this country. These are infrastructures put up by the visionary leader, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, this government, 6 years and counting, have not made any attempt to come up with such an infrastructure that can also contribute to our revenue gains as a country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our Atuabo plants, I believe that most of my colleagues at the other side, some may be board members and they are very happy having been made board members because they are making some gains and also contributing their quota to this development. I believe that it is time government come up, and this budget didn't say anything about even reviving the thermal oil refinery and even the petroleum hub, which became an anthem and a slogan that is spoke about in the last previous budget. I have not seen anything in it in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I also want to finally bring to your attention how this budget does not seek to address challenges faced by the industry players. And if I say the industry players, I mean the downstream petroleum industry. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, most of the oil marketing companies are collapsing. As we speak now, most of the BDCs and bulk oil distributing companies are at the verge of collapse. This budget has not made any clear policy to revive them. Rather, it is burdening them with new taxes. You may ask me, how is this taxes like the 2.5 increase in VAT going to affect the BDCs or the OMCs? These are companies that operate, who have operational expenses, which these expenses are all going to be affected by the increase in VAT. Mr. Speaker, I want to also bring on record that since this budget does not speak to this industry, the government's agenda to resolve the unemployment challenges will not be addressed. The government's attempt is just going to be a lip service, and I think that as members of this chamber, this parliament, it is incumbent on us to consider how well we can restructure or even speak to this budget such that either there's a need to do some needed changes to reflect what is happening on the ground. We should all come on board and help. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that the budget that has been read, we see items of 1D, 1F, but I can say that 1D, 1F, we've just heard it. In my constituency, Gomoa West, we don't have any 1D, 1F. So I cannot speak to it. I cannot even give the government a thumbs up that this is a policy that is coming to address issue. We've heard the government year of roads. In Gomoa West, we have never seen any tied road for the past 6 years. So how do I say the government...
Honorable John, your time is up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope my colleagues and everyone here would agree with me that the budget is landing on nothing, and we as members here have to help to make it something. Thank you.
Very well, we are left with one here.
Mr. Speaker, we are indeed left with one, but it's left to chair a meeting which is very critical now. So I guess we can step it down and then let him begin tomorrow. So that like he started, they started and they are ending. We can take it like that. We start tomorrow and end. In the meantime, we allow the motion. But there are some papers to be laid. Let's lay the papers first, and then you do the motion.
Leader, may you direct us?
Mr. Speaker, I may want to present the papers listed under item 8A, on behalf of the Minister responsible for Finance. And then we can, thereafter, we move to the motion number 10.
Honourable members, let me invite you page 4. Page 4, item listed 8, presentation of papers at the commencement of public business. So we will begin 8AI.
Request for waiver of import duty Import Get Fund Levy, Import NHIL, Import VAT, Exim Levy, Special Import Levy, and COVID-19 Recovery Levy, amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 13,318,745 euros 6 cents on materials, goods, and equipment required to be imported for the construction of the Eastern Regional Hospital at Kufuor Phase 1 by Messrs. JV Thylium Ellipse, UK Limited.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Leader, you can take all of them together. Very well.
A bunch, Roman 2, Roman 3 together. For each.
Up to X.
Request for waiver of import duty, Import Get Fund Levy, Import NHIL, Import VAT, Exim Levy, Special Import Levy, COVID-19 Recovery Levy, and Domestic VAT, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 514,650 United States dollars 89 cents on imports made up of 16,297,210 United States dollars on imports and 2,217,440.89 United States dollars on domestic purchases on materials, goods, and equipment required to be procured for the establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development Bunso Campus Project by Messrs. Colon DB Joint Venture. On lending agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Agricultural Development Bank, for an amount of 7 million United States dollars for the implementation of the Ghana Forest Investment Program under the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, acting as the implementing entity of the Forest Investment Program under the Strategic Climate Fund for an amount of 7 million United States dollars, being additional financing for enhancing natural forest and agroforest landscape projects.
Honourable members, the request of II and III have been duly presented. They are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Speaker, 8B.
8B. Yes.
I know normally this is how we do it, but based on some of the things we heard at the workshop, for instance, if for the regional hospital, that this obviously will go to the Finance Committee because it's a tax waiver. But on that tax waiver will be an attachment of the things on which the taxes are being waived on. Would it be a good idea for at least the leadership of the Health Committee? Because if you say you need this amount to buy something, the Finance Committee will work on what the GRA says the tax should be off on. But is that item actually supposed to be used for that? Because I keep saying that here we've seen quarry machine as part of item to be waived, taxes to be waived on rural electrification. And the question is, who needs a quarry machine to do that? So I will request that maybe if the leader will accept, at least if it's about health, the leadership of Health Committee should join the Finance Committee when they are deliberating on that part. If it's about education, the leadership of Education Committee. If it's about energy, so that at least there's that ability for them to oversight beyond what we approve here. Because the Finance Committee is not going to go and oversight the construction of the hospital or the university at Bunso. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, the honourable member who's making the point appreciates the point that the fact that I've often advocated for this. So I guess for 8A Roman number 1, as it's canvassing, we can add the leadership of the Health Committee. And then for Roman number 2, you can add the leadership of the Education Committee.
What? Education.
education. That's for Roman number 2. And for Roman number 3,
lands.
The leadership of the Lands and Forestry Committee.
Very well. So the referral already made. The A, the leadership of Health Committee may join the Finance Committee. The II, the leadership of Education Committee will join the Finance Committee. And the III, leadership of Lands and Natural Resources Committee will join the Finance Committee for the consideration.
Speaker, and whilst they are that, I think they may also want to apply themselves to the commencement date of the Exemptions Bill, the Exemptions Act, I should say, to see when these ones were late. And then that will provide a platform for interrogating the request and lead a referral.
Very well. So, Leader, you said we are moving to 8B.
8B.
Okay. Very well. By the chairman of the Health Committee.
Report of the Committee on Health on the National Vaccine Institute Bill 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. Are we following with AC?
No, Speaker, we can go to item listed as motion and is captured as item 10. Item 10.
Honourable members, may you come with me to page 8. Page 8, item listed 10. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the Public Accounts of Ghana, Ministries, Department, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report and ask that the Hansard capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I dwell on a few areas. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the Public Accounts of Ghana for Ministry, Department, and other agencies for 2019 was laid in the House on 21st June 2022 by the Majority Leader and referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report. The purpose of this audit by the Auditor General is that the Auditor General, in accordance with Section 13 of the Audit Service Act of 2000 at 584, conducted an audit on the public accounts of Ghana for Ministry, Department, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2019. The purpose of the audit was for the Auditor General to ascertain whether all MDAs maintained proper records and books, whether accounts were properly kept, and all public monies were fully accounted for. The audit also sought to determine whether the applicable laws and procedures were sufficiently applied to ensure an effective check on assessment, collection, and allocation, and whether monies were expended for the purpose for which they were appropriated. Now, in general, the general and relevant outcome or benefit to the audited entity and all stakeholders are that there will be accountability, there will be enforcement of financial discipline, there will be detection and prevention of fraud, waste, and abuse. It will also promote best practice and good governance and safeguard against loss, misuse, and damage of properties. I'll give you the summary of findings of the Auditor General. Now, the significant findings of the Auditor General in the report bordered on tax, cash, loans, advances, payroll, stores, procurement, rent, and contract irregularities. The total amount of irregularities was 3,008,187,888 Ghana cedis 15 pesos. Mr. Speaker, the tax irregularity alone was 89% of the total irregularities. That is 2.667 billion Ghana cedis. Cash irregularity was 9.2%. That is 276.6 million Ghana cedis. Outstanding loans and advances was 201,000 Ghana cedis. Payroll irregularities was 469,953. Store empty was 20,604,593. And rent irregularity was 43,467,634. And finally, contract irregularities was only 77,093 Ghana cedis. Committee observation. The committee noted that most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. The committee, however, noted that some irregularities still remain unresolved, and those relate to a number of ministries that are captured from page 8 of the report up to page 41. So it's in a report for members to read. So conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has carefully considered the report and finds that the Auditor General duly prepared same by examining the accounts submitted and expressed his opinion thereon, pursuant to Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House, in view of the foregoing, to adopt the committee's report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, the ranking. Honourable member for Fantiakwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my chairman for this House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Ghana on the accounts of ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I wish to make a few observations. First of all, Mr. Speaker, there is a growing trend in this House where we try to equate the values in the Auditor General's report to corruption, sometimes to embezzlement, and sometimes as to loss of money. Mr. Speaker, this trend is eroding the value of the report of the Auditor General. And I'm suggesting that we should refrain from such attitude. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. If you look at the report,
Table 1, you will realize that the total amount of infractions in 2017 was 892 million. It rose to 5.2 billion in 2018. But, Mr. Speaker, it also dropped to 3.0 billion. So it is not right for us to create the impression that the value of infractions amounts to, if you like, corruption. Mr. Speaker, let me give you another example. If you look at the same table and look at number 5, we have the situation where under stores and procurement irregularities, in 2017, the amount was 41.6 million. In 2018, it dropped to 6.8 million. Does that mean that corruption has to drop? It cannot necessarily be the case, Mr. Speaker. So I want us to refrain from that. All of us are guilty. The Speaker, let me move on to another section. If you look at paragraph 4.12, under cash irregularities, and the report reads, out of the total irregularities amount of 276.6 million, amount of 193 million was disbursed from the general refund account of the GRA in settling payments. Mr. Speaker, this amount again is included the total number of infractions. It doesn't mean that it has been lost to the state. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General observed that inability of paying officers to demand receipts for payments, accountants failing to properly file or keep records, failure of management to ensure security and safety of vital documents, and inertia on the part of management in complying with procedures stipulated in the public account financial management account for all these cash irregularities. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge accountants and managers to ensure that they do proper bookkeeping, proper documentation and filing, because most of the infractions that are reported are merely because the necessary documents to back them have been either misplaced or cannot be traced, and it becomes very difficult to accept that because of this lack of documentation, all these are listed in the Auditor General report as being infractions, and people will go to town and see that the monies have been lost, they have been misappropriated, they have been stolen. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to begin to respect the report of the Auditor General and treat it as he sees it, not the way we want to bastardize it. With this view, as Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Well. Yes, let him come to Honorable Member for South Dai. Honorable Member for South Dai, I have called you. I'll come to
Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Add my voice for the House to approve the report ably presented by my chairman and supported by Ranking. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised Ranking says that the infractions as flagged by the Auditor General shouldn't be attributable to corruption and corruptible practices. I shudder to believe that. I want to ask him, what does he want
So
to...
let's hear your version.
Yes.
That is his explanation to it. So
these infractions, Mr. Speaker, ought to be attributed to corruptible practices. That is the only way the public officers and agencies that have been cited will desist from such conduct. Mr. Speaker, if you don't do that, they will not. Because as a committee, year in, year out, these similar infractions are cited. Sometimes the same thing. And they come with the similar explanations. So if we don't bash them, they will not desist. Ranking. Mr. Speaker, the committee, for instance, noted under paragraph page 4, table 1, under item 2, cash irregularities, Mr. Speaker, cash irregularities. In 2017, the Auditor General noted as much as 190.5 million cedis as constituting cash irregularities. And then it ballooned to 388.9 million Ghana cedis in 2018. In 2019, it came to 276.6 million. Mr. Speaker, in interrogating these matters, may I refer you to page 5, item number 6.1, sub 2 of the report. The committee noted that the internally generated funds, that's IGFs, discerning checks, revenues unaccounted for, unsupported payments, unpresented payment vouchers, unauthorized transfer of funds, uncredited payments, payment of public funds into private bank accounts, and misapplication of funds constitute these cash irregularities. Mr. Speaker, how do we allow public servants to pay public funds into their private bank accounts without calling them and asking that they should be punished for such conduct? Mr. Speaker, the amount involved is in excess of 276 million. And these are monies that we are just considering the budget that agencies are asking for to undertake projects, that we are struggling to approve allocations for these agencies. But public servants, not politicians, Mr. Speaker, not politicians, public servants, are paying these monies into their private accounts. When they collect government revenue, they will not account for it. And Ranking says we shouldn't call them out. We will. That is the only way they will desist from it. That is the only way, Ranking, they will desist from it. Mr. Speaker, the report established that, for instance, that out of this amount...
Yeah, Honorable. Rank. So, Ranking, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not enthused about the line of argument of my member. What I'm saying is backed by facts, by the Auditor General himself. Mr. Speaker, let me just cite one example where the Auditor General is saying that 694 million in outstanding taxes, domestic tax, 600, that is on paragraph 7.12, 694 million Ghana cedis in outstanding taxes and $108 million in outstanding taxes. These figures have all been captured to make up what we are calling 3 billion. In the same paragraph, the Auditor General continued. But the committee further observed that the total dollar component of 108 million of the infraction has been fully recovered. That is the committee's observation. Again, the Ghana cedi component has also been recovered, leaving only 156 million out of 690 million. So all that I'm saying is that if we come and sit or you go to air and say that the infraction is 3 billion and it is because of corruption, it has been lost to the state, we are not being factual. That's what I'm saying. That is in the report.
Very well. So, Honorable Leader,
Mr. Speaker, let me correct my ranking member. This report didn't say that the people are corrupt. We didn't talk about that. No, he raised the issue that we should not be saying that any infraction reported on the Auditor General is corruption. And I've said that the report didn't talk about that thing. So he should not even raise it in the first instance. If it is being discussed outside Parliament, that's a different thing. He raised it first before he was responding.
well, Honorable Member for South, I continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling to appreciate my ranking's point. I'm struggling to appreciate even if the infraction is a single item, which is traceable to a corrupt activity, as a house, we need to say so. We need to say so. Mr. Speaker, for instance, paragraph 3 of page 5 of the report says this. Mr. Speaker, cash irregularities amount of 276.6 million, an amount of 193.2 million was disbursed from the general refund account of GRA in settling payments other than tax revenue. The Auditor General attributed these irregularities to poor oversight, lack of control, inability of paying officers to demand receipts for payments made, accountants failing to properly file and keep records, failure of management to ensure security and safety of vital documents, and inertia on the part of management in complying with procedures stipulated in the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, how does a public servant make payments with public funds and do not demand receipt? How do you do that? If it is not to conceal certain transactions. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when they come and you interrogate the matter, they can't even find receipt books. The receipt books have been taken by flies, been chewed by rats. Mr. Speaker, they tell us stories. So we need to begin to sanction these officers. Ranking, in addition to citing them for corruptible practices, we need to apply sanctions. Otherwise, Ranking, you and I, we bear the brunt. We bear the brunt of insults. Mr. Speaker, may I further refer the House to 7 of the report. Stores and procurement irregularities, Mr. Speaker, 20 million Ghana cedis. And clearly, these are in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Transactions that are supposed to be properly routed through the procedures underlined under Section 80 of the Public Procurement Act as amended are circumvented. And they are circumvented, Mr. Speaker, for parochial reasons. The committee has established some of these facts. So, Mr. Speaker, annually when we go around and submit this report, I believe that it is time, as constitutionally stipulated, that beyond the submission of the reports as established by the committee, we need to begin to take actions. And these actions, Mr. Speaker, are founded in law. So as a House, what do? There are demands that beyond what the public account does, Parliament must begin to apply certain sanctions. There appears to be a lacuna, but in my humble view, there is no lacuna. We need to move as a House and begin to apply our powers. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity and pray that the report be approved.
Yes, let him come to offenses out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved by the Chairman for Public Accounts Committee, Dr. James Kluje Afeji. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that my good friend Roxanne is disputing the fact that the public has some perception that all the infractions cited by the Auditor General are all as a result of corruption by the public officers. Mr. Speaker, we had a workshop at Abokobi recently, and this issue came up strongly for discussion. Mr. Speaker, after a lengthy discussion, the Auditor General himself accepted that indeed not all the infractions are as a result of corruption. So the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, accepted that going forward, administrative errors or infractions will be separated from financial infractions. So the Auditor General himself has accepted that indeed not all the infractions are as a result of corruption. Mr. Speaker, I joined the Public Accounts Committee not too long ago, and before I became a member, I also held that same perception. I thought all the infractions were as a result of corruption. But having served and interacted with the auditees, Mr. Chairman, I have a different, understanding altogether. And Mr. Chairman, indeed, not all the infractions cited are as a result of corruption. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to table 1 for the good news. Mr. Speaker, if you look at table 1, the infractions reduced from 12 billion in 2017 to 3 billion in 2017. So it means a lot of 2018. So it means a lot of progress have been made. Unfortunately, it's increased a little bit to 5.4 billion. So the good news is that the level of infractions are going down. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. If you look at paragraph 616, under stores irregularities, Mr. Speaker, the total infraction, the amount is 2.7 million. And the Auditor General is saying that this included 1.06 million for an equipment which was abandoned by Cocoa Research Institute. Mr. Speaker, will you consider an abandonment of an equipment as a result of corruption? Mr. Speaker, indeed, when we met Cocoa Board, it came out that the equipment in question is now in use. So, Mr. Speaker, that infraction, even though it is an infraction indeed, it cannot be classified as a result of corruption. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look
Honorable Member for Offensive Stout, just hold on. Let me listen to your chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my member at the other side, who is a very effective member of the committee, made a statement. I think that he doesn't look at the other side of it. He posed a question: if you abandon equipment, can that amount to an infraction? Look, this public servant, most of the time, intentionally leave those equipments to deteriorate to a certain level so that it can be easily auctioned. And they auction it to themselves. So you cannot completely rule it out that there is no intention of leaving the equipment there. So members should not go that tangent. If not, the public servant will think that we are justifying those actions that they are undertaking. It won't help us. They do it with an intention of later auctioning those equipment to themselves. Thank you very much.
Very well. So, Honorable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, but I think we also need to correct that impression, because the understanding of the public is that the total amount. Mr. Speaker, sometimes if you listen to the way Honorable Okujetu has been, yes, the impression out there is that all these infractions have been squandered. These are monies which have been. Mr. Speaker, again, let's look at paragraph 6.17. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 6.17. If you look at the report, contract irregularities amounting to 87.6 million. And the report says these mainly relate to overpayment of contract sum, absence of signing of contract agreements, failure to comply with tendering procedure, delay in construction. Mr. Speaker, these are all infractions. We agree. But we cannot say that these are monies which have been squandered. Those are the points that I'm trying to make. Mr. Speaker, but having said that, I think we also need to improve on the efficiency of our financial management system. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 6.11, outstanding debts. Mr. Speaker, SNIT granted loans to the tune of 3.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you read the main report, these loans were granted way back in 2010, and they still remain in our books, which means that the managers of SNIT will have to ensure that the loans are recovered. So on that score, I agree with my good friend, Honorable Roxin. Again, Mr. Speaker, I think we can also do better. If you look at paragraph 612, under cash irregularities. Mr. Speaker, some of the infractions relate to non-retirement of interest. Again, Mr. Speaker, when we interacted with the auditees, we realized that some staff have taken loans not once, not twice, some up to about 6 or 7 times. So that is corruption. That one, yes. So I said, having said that, so these ones, I agree. That is why the Auditor General said, going forward, he will separate administrative infractions from financial infractions. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why somebody who was advanced an impress and have not retired, that impress will be granted another impress. So, this one is also to do with supervision. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 6.13, 6.13, the second paragraph, Controller and Accountant General's Department also did not promptly delete names of separated staff when notified to do so. The Speaker, I asked myself, why would the Controller and Accountant General not delete names from the payroll. Staff who have indeed separated from their various institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that even though not every infraction amounts to corruption, we also need to improve on our financial management. And I think if we go by the Auditor General's recommendation, I'm sure going forward we'll be able to reduce the number of infractions. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for granting me the permission to pass the comment. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Edina.
Right, Honorable Speaker, is Commander Edina Iguafo Abraham. These are 4 paramountcies. And if you miss any one of them, you will pay for it. So it's Commander Edina. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We as politicians should be very careful not to politicize corruption. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. What the civil servants enjoy is for us politicians to claim that this is political. So if the person is corrupt, Right Honourable Speaker, let me start from cash irregularities. We are talking about cash irregularities. And then these civil servants are always going for capacity building. They spend quite a lot of money on this. But then some of the infractions is because they cannot keep files. In-service training, they don't know how to keep records. Some of it too is lack of management to ensure security and safety of vital records. This is a problem that we need to look at. And we are talking about 276 million Ghana cedis. Now let's go to rent irregularities. We have rent irregularities of 43,467 Ghana cedis. Some of it affects these, the building. It says over here that it's government buildings owned by the government. And some of it, we are talking, it includes 5.5 million US dollars, 1.9 million euros, 128 billion CFA, which is equivalent to $222,000. We are talking about Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, which is in cantonment. So they are not paying rent. And some of it is attributed to inadequate data on occupants and non-availability of tenancy agreements. How can a building, a story building in cantonments, and we don't know who is living there, and these people are not paying rent, and we are not doing anything about it? My goodness. Who's living there? Now, another one that is very dear to my heart, Mr. Speaker, on page 28, we are talking about fish processing plant in Elmina, which we built with a loan of 10,342,628 USD. This thing was built, it had a 10-year strategic plan, and we're supposed to pay 139,651 Ghana cedis every month. This building is rotting away. It's sitting there, not producing anything. It's supposed to produce fish feed and poultry feed and everything else. We haven't operationalized this one. I wouldn't be surprised that very soon we will see one district, one factory sign on it, just like we've done with our Commander Sugar Factory. Another one too, Mr. Speaker, on page 37, is Ministry of Tourism. 2019, the audit. They spent 11 million Ghana cedis. They made payments out of 257 payments. They don't have any records of it. They do not have any records of it. I wouldn't call it corruption. They can give any name to it. But when you spend over 11 million Ghana cedis with 257 payment vouchers, and nobody is accountable for it, that is a problem. And these are some of the things that we need to look out for. And we as politicians, please, don't let us politicize this. Let's make sure that we are doing the right thing. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable Member for Sehuri also.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a member of the committee, and I must confess, having sat through some of their meetings. But there's one observation that I want to make. It's true, I believe in the idea that we should not politicize auditors' report, and we must take the stick wherever it hits. But on the other hand, having been a minister responsible for SIGA, I noticed that a lot of entities who normally I would have thought that would have been cited in this report are not here. And my experience recently has shown that quite a number of corporate, public entities are doing quite well as far as accounting for their stewardship is concerned. So my plea is that we should not lump them all together. And I would love to see a report such as this. Entities that have been cited on the presumption that something has gone wrong by the Auditor General, and they have come to report and are giving very good answers to the queries that have been raised. So if they are commended in reports such as this, it will, one, reinforce good organizational behavior, and throw out in the, their organizational ethos, the incentive to behave very well. So I'm pleading that it should not always be post-mortem with all those bad pathological reports. Of course, for auditors' report, that is the main focus. But I believe that a pat on the back of entities which are also doing well will go a long way to help in this cause. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member for Bamboy. I think I'm taking the last.
Mr. Speaker, Honourable Member of Parliament for Bole
Bamboy.
Yes. Maybe you end it with Bamboy or Bole, then I won't be able to go back to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet to contribute to this report. Indeed, the issue of corruption and items not being corruption should not be encouraged in this debate. Many a times when it comes to corruption and a politician's name is mentioned, all sorts of words are used on us. You have reports that have cited people who have committed crimes relating to corruption, public servants. And when we want to talk about them, you now see the politics we are doing here. And this is corruption, and this is not corruption. In any case, before 2017, when all these issues were raised...
Honourable Member for Bole Bamboy, hold on.
Who's that?
Empreso MP, let's hear you.
Debate, you will debate. Now you are standing now.
Order what? Down.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a house of records. I mean, to make claims that somebody has committed crimes when the person has not appeared before any court of competent jurisdiction is unfortunate. Probably maybe you should use that with the word alleged. But to say that somebody has committed crime, I mean, it is unfair. Please. You are a lawyer. Please, correct him.
Mr. Speaker, let me... Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Honourable PK, I'm sure he's a member of the committee. Honourable Member from Praiso. He's a very good friend of mine. And this is the third time he's repeated himself on this call. I just want to plead with you, because the Auditor General report has captured all those items and the irregularities.
And see, if you read the Public Financial Management Act, these are some of the things we don't want to entertain. So if you are trying to justify them, either it's corruption, it's not corruption, it doesn't sit well with this august house. When you go out, it's not good for doctors. It's like because my party is in power, let's rationalize it. When I'm in opposition, don't do that. Let's say it as a team.
Honorable member, well noted.
So that we can put those people in check and get value for money.
Honorable member, we thank you.
Because they will not allow me to debate today.
Yes, honorable member for Balba, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my colleague for his unnecessary intervention. Mr. Speaker, what am I saying?
Honorable member. Honorable member.
I'm talking about my colleague over there. He intervened.
Honorable
and for me,
member.
in my opinion, it's unnecessary.
Honorable Yusuf. Honorable Yusuf withdraw that statement. I gave him the permission to speak, so you don't just withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to withdraw. But he asked me to withdraw, and I've done that. In fact, I'll even add an apology. I apologize. You know I'm a nice person. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that we should not be seen in this house to be politicizing issues of this nature. It's not good for our image. When somebody is cited for any wrongdoing, and we come here to debate those issues, we must be circumspect. And so for me, it is important to make reference to the relevant areas where people have been cited to have allegedly caused some crimes. So, Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the issue that I intend to talk about. And that has to do with Ministry of Health. If you take this report, you have about 7 issues raised against, more than 7, there are about 12 issues raised against, 13, raised against the Ministry of Health alone. 13 issues. Most of them relate to corruption. Again, Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that we are talking about, when we call them to the meeting, they admitted of doing those things, especially the procurement-related issues, and even begged for forgiveness. We told them we do not have the powers to forgive them. And so those that are supposed to be referred to the Attorney General, we did that. Is someone telling me that those ones cannot be classified as alleged corruption acts and that people shouldn't talk about them? Definitely no. And so issues that has to do with the breach of the law. And if you read the auditor's report very well, the way it is always captured, the auditors will always first of all cite the law that has been broken, allegedly, and now raise the substantive issue before coming out with their recommendations. So if you take this trend very well, then you realize that some wrongdoings have happened. And so let's don't debate this issue of corruption and not corruption. It's not good for our image. But I'm talking about the Ministry of Health. I think that something drastic must be done when it comes to the Ministry of Health. Our recommendation in most of these cases is that where people have broken the law with respect to procurement, this House should ensure that they are prosecuted. If we don't do that, we always come here to debate this report and nothing will be done. Now, Speaker, one of the issues that came up strongly is the issue of missing documents. A whole entity will make payments, and when auditors get there to do the auditing, they tell you that they are unable to find the PVs and other attachments. As soon as auditors leave there, all of a sudden, these documents are controlled. And when they are invited to the Public Accounts Committee, that is the time they now come with these documents and say that, oh, we saw them after the auditor had left. And so we submitted them to the auditors. Auditors can verify, and the auditors will say, yes, we can verify. And this has continued over the years. If nothing is done about this, we will not be able to fight corruption. If I have the opportunity of doing this only for me to come and then I'll be pardoned, I'll do it. I'll continue to do it. And so I am calling on the Speaker and all those who matter in this case to ensure that we punish wrongdoers or we allow the laws to work. And once that happens, we will be able to reduce corruption. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on the House to accept this report. Thank you.
Leader, will you say something? Will you conclude? You will conclude. Okay. No, it's okay. You just entered. So, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to go. I thought you were managed to call my colleague.
Or you are yielding
let me conclude quickly then.
Okay, very well.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to approve and indeed adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, MDAs and other agencies for the financial year which ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, we noticed that the report from the Auditor General was presented to the House by me on the 21st of June 2022. This is a report covering the period up to, that is from January 1st, 2019 to 31st December 2019. And it ought to have come to this House not later than 6 months. Speaker, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee is indicating to me that indeed this came earlier than the 21st June when it got presented to the House. What it means is that gradually we are making progress on clearing the arrears of the reports from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the issue that I want to relate to has to do with the volume of work before the Public Accounts Committee. And I have been insisting that the committee should endeavor to have subcommittees to deal with the backlog of referrals to them. That will enable us, and indeed the committee, to be able to clear the huge backlog that we have. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is not the ritual of it that matters, or that should matter to us, the Public Accounts Committee going through the documents. There are instances of malfeasance that are detected every time in perusing the documents. And our own endeavor is to right whatever mistakes that have existed in the past, whether it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. If we have to wait until maybe 3 years after the commission of these infractions, it becomes difficult to hold officers responsible. And sometimes, because the infractions are traceable to the top ranks of the various MDAs, by the time you get to them, they have been transferred, or they have retired, or perhaps they have even transitioned. And the nation is left the poorer for that. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm commending them for this gradual movement in clearing the arrears. I want to indicate to the committee members that they can do much better than they have done. Mr. Speaker, the committee relates to the constitutional provision of Article 187, Clause 5. The other leg of the 187 clause 5 is that the Auditor General should, in presenting these documents to Parliament, be pointing out the nodal issues, the critical issues that the committee should be looking at. I'm wondering whether they do that, because every document that they present to the Public Accounts Committee, indeed to Parliament, it should come with some observations from them, that these are the observations that we have made. These are the infractions, the serious infractions that we want you to have a look at. I'm not too sure that they come with such observations to us. And I think the committee should be demanding same from the Auditor General's Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, where we are, the report to us today, to me, is very profound, and it unveils various issues relating to malfeasance, some malpractices. People are arguing about whether or not to consider all of them as corruption. That's another subject matter. It's an impropriety, it's a malfeasance, and we should attack it on all fours. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, we come back. Today, we are going to adopt this report. If Parliament adopts it, what is next? What we ought to do, we have always been lamenting. And then we adopt the report, that is it. We keep copies in the library for reference purposes. And that's the end of it. What the Constitution obligates us to do, every now and then we are talking about it. Mr. Speaker, and that is provided for by Article 1876. 1876, Mr. Speaker, relates not only to the, if I may read, 1876 provides that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary. We are debating the report. We are about concluding. And appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matter arising out of it. We touch on these improprieties and then we put them to bed. Indeed, Article 184 of the Constitution relates to the same matter, where it provides that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from the report. The same construction, same phraseology, relating to foreign exchange dealings that the Bank of Ghana is required to report to Parliament. If there are any infractions, we have to constitute a committee to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, the other day, when the minority leader raised the subject matter, I said to us that Parliament attempted to constitute this committee and were struggling. We had advice from the then Chief Justice that the committee that is intended to be created under Article 1876 should come on the same order as commissions of inquiry. That is referring us to Article 278. Mr. Speaker, we told ourselves that we should have some dialogue with the Chief Justice and have this body constituted before this meeting ends. I think we should resolve that before this meeting ends, that committee should be constituted. And the powers to be given to the committee, the Speaker, come of the same order as the Commission of Inquiry established under Article 278. And I think that we should have this initial interaction with the Chief Justice and then constitute this committee before this meeting comes to an end, so that all these documents, the reports that our own committee has submitted to us and which Parliament has adopted, will be forwarded to that committee to begin inquiring into it and what it is that must be done, so that we'll be able to address these matters. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, it serves no useful purpose when we insist that the Auditor General's duty is incomplete until the documents come to us. And then we, through our Public Accounts Committee, peruse it, and then strand out the critical issues to address. They do so for us, we adopt the report, and then we go to sleep. So Parliament has not been proactive in this matter. Let me come back to it and restate what I've stated, that before this meeting ends, let leadership, plus maybe the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee, come together, engage the Chief Justice, and have this committee established before we adjourn. And then when we are through with it, have referred to that committee these documents that we consider necessary. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes, leader, let me come to you.
Mr. Speaker, we shall adjourn. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we have, for the debate, we have communications that we couldn't tackle today. So we have communications, works and housing, sanitation and environment, and education and health. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we're not going to entertain any questions. So let's sit early. We sit at 10. We're able to do some work. And I want to believe that some members will want to travel to the constituency for the observation of the Farmers' Day. And that then will mean that we may have to adjourn a bit earlier than today. If you have to do that, Mr. Speaker, let's sit at 10. And once we are able to sit at 10, we're able to transact some business, especially relating to the debate. We already have, even after tomorrow, we're going to have outstanding health, employment, youth and sports, tourism, culture and chieftaincy, and also even the governance institutions, including defense and interior, judiciary, AC, and even parliament. So there's still going to be a backlog, plus foreign affairs. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start early and then deal with those ones. So, to recap, communications, works and housing, environment, and works and housing will come with water resources and sanitation. So, communications, works and housing, water resources and sanitation, that is one. And environment, and education. So that's it. The Speaker will push the others to Monday. So there are 4. Communications, works and housing, water resources and sanitation, environment, and education. I'm very excited. And the Speaker, in that sense, maybe just to allow as many people as possible to have a bite, perhaps we can reduce the time a bit. For chairman and ranking members, maybe to 10 minutes, and all others perhaps 8 minutes or 7 minutes. So we can take in as many as possible. Thank you.
Very well. Yeah, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think I agree with the leader that we have tomorrow and probably Monday for the debate. So, in order to have more members to debate, we should reduce the time and then also limit the interjections and the heckling so that we'll be able to do the 4 areas for tomorrow: communication, water, housing and water resources, education and environment. So I agree with him. Thank you.
Very well. So, honorable members, I repeat the announcement. Tomorrow we are having communication, waste and housing, sanitation and environment, and education. So tomorrow we are tackling these sectors. And tomorrow we are sitting exactly at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon. So members, let's prepare. So on that note, we bring today's proceedings to a close, and I will thank you for your cooperation. The House now stands adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon.